Good evening, everybody. System Chalk here, and we've got Industries of Titan tonight. For those of you who haven't been following the stream for a little bit, I've been really looking forward to Industries of Titan coming out. We've been playing the game for a really long time. It was actually the first key that I got from Brace Yourself Games, and obviously it's a game that we've been playing on a fairly regular basis as a result. But they've also been doing, that kind of eventually led to Phantom Brigade, and I don't know, just a group of people whose games I really admire, and sort of a little bit of an institution on the channel. So one of the things that's funny about covering a game in early access like this is you can sometimes feel like you've seen everything. But it actually turns out, I haven't looked too much into it, but it seems like there's a bunch of stuff that was sort of held back for the 1.0 release, particularly with regards to the logs. So even though we finished the game like in campaign mode, there's actually quite a bit to get through. And then I also reset my progress in the game as far as I could, at least. So I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to play through 1.0. There's a few things that I want to try and accomplish. I'm just not quite sure the order in which I want to do these things. But there's definitely a lot to go through. One thing that I would like to kind of address at the start, though, is the release of the game itself. There's one thing that I feel like I should mention just because this is something that I'm kind of excited I got a chance to do. And hopefully some of you will find it interesting as well. Sorry, I just want to make sure that everything's tagged up properly. It also just gives me a chance, I think especially because I'm going to be talking a little bit about the reception for this game, this will also establish some context. So if you watch the game if you go to the Steam page right now, you will see that there is a developer broadcast going on, and it has a little rebroadcast list. Now it says developer broadcast, but it is not a developer. It's actually a video that they very kindly asked me to do. I'm actually pretty sure this was one of the little secret projects that I was excited about and I wanted to keep under my hat. So they had let me know about the release date sort of ahead of time in anticipation of getting this video done. I did have some complications getting things ready to go for myself. Actually, you know what? I can probably just do a display capture, and we can see what's up. So, actually, as much as it pains me to do this, it's transforming the initial influence in workers into an industrial base that enables greater expansion, and instead will perform tasks with the priorities that they have been given. So for those of you who have not gotten tired of my voice yet, again, Brace Yourself was kind enough to invite me to do this. Definitely had a little bit of, not exactly trouble, but definitely it took me longer to do this than I wanted. And there's always ways that I feel it could be improved. But it was a really exciting opportunity to be able to do this. Now it also it lets me talk a little bit about the reception for this game, because I am a little disheartened to see that the game has fallen to mixed. Now, it wasn't always like this. Actually, there were a couple of reviews that were positive that had put this up to mostly positive, but you'll notice it's at 69%, so it's quite literally just one review away from being back to mostly positive. And in the end, right, like feedback, like reviews exist for a reason, feedback exists for a reason, and the hope is that it's a useful mechanism for sort of letting people know what's working and what's not necessarily working in terms of a game. But as you've also kind of gotten an indication from in terms of the chat, sometimes it depends on sort of who's in, but there are a lot of people who seem to be very hung up on the sort of the development roadmap. In fact, I'm noticing that there are still people complaining about the fact that this game had a period of Epic exclusivity. And I really don't feel like this is a fair criticism. Like, the game is on Steam now, right? And the fact that the roadmap has, changed, I actually think that Brace Yourself did the right thing with this roadmap. And I guess the biggest thing that I can say is that I will absolutely understand why people may not necessarily like Industries of Titan. And this is true for every game that I like, right? I like most games that I play. I really like Industries of Titan. I think that's kind of established. But yep. The thing is, like, it was like years ago at this point. And I mean, for crying out loud, Industries of Titan, I mean, Brace Yourself did, like, when they went to Steam, some of the, presumably some of the money that they made for that exclusivity went back into the Steam community because they gave away like $100 gift certificates for, as part of their live broadcast. So I don't normally like singling people out like this, but one of the reasons I wanted to highlight this is when I went to the community hub, there was someone who's being particularly obnoxious. And to Brace Yourself's credit, they tolerated this guy a lot. But it eventually got to a point where they were literally dragging down every single forum post that they participated in. And so they were ultimately banned. This guy's back now spamming contest. And I noticed that this is happening after someone in the community section mentioned the $100 gift card. So I think this guy is actually trying to get $100 from this developer that he's just been crapping on for the past 24 hours. So yeah, I'm not feeling that great about it. Oh, that's interesting, Karn. So there are a few here. I mean, it is, I do need to say, I'm actually addressing the mixed thing right now. So there's a few in here, but some of them are not as, like it's 50-50. So, well, actually, it's not 50-50. It's exactly 69. But yeah, these are all fairly short. I mean, given the fact that this is definitely not referring to me, but I was going to say, given the fact that there's me in the summary up here, I suppose there's a side of me that should take some degree of pride, which says this game is much better marketing than the gameplay itself. It's simply disappointing with boring gameplay loop, only music and visuals are interesting. And then some people, this game is slow. I have it constantly on the fastest speed to wait for my employees to pick up huge amounts of trash that pile up in my settlement. I actually really tried to cover that in this video up here. But on the other hand, I don't know, it's a good game, good art, unique and fun, and so on and so forth. I have a feeling a lot of the reviews are based on some sort of odd hang up out of the... Yeah, so this is the big thing, right? Like I said, I am favorably disposed to the developer. I've obviously gotten the key for promotional purposes, although I will mention that I bought this copy that I'm playing on Steam here. So I figured for 1.0, I'll switch over to the Steam version because it makes it a little bit easier for me to just clear out all the... well, I mean, there's like a background setting that sort of saves everything. But yeah, so like I got to put my cards on the table here, right? I was initially given a key for the Epic version of the game from Brace Yourself Games. They did invite me. I was paid to do this video up on here. They haven't asked me to like talk about how awesome the game is. I talk about how awesome the game is because I have really enjoyed playing this game and particularly following this game's development. But that's also where you get to the point where, my fondness of this game is as much driven by the process of seeing the developers work on this and see the game take shape and see, kind of feel favorably disposed. Like, I actually think it is relevant if you enjoy interacting with the developers as part of the game. Now, I do like the underlying game, but I can also understand why people don't care for certain parts of it. For instance, PC Gamer gave it a 60. I don't actually think this game is a 60. Incidentally, neither does Steam. They think it's a 69. But like 60 is not that warm of a review. And I think for my part, I think they may be focused on a little bit too much of the... Like, I don't have a point where I necessarily disagree with the PC Gamer review. What I more disagree with is the emphasis. So for instance, they kind of talked about how it's a drag to have a victory condition where you need to build 11 hospitals. Well, we had one of those. I believe you actually saw me deal with something like that in the victory conditions when I beat campaign mode. And in the end, for me, what it was figuring out a path to not have to do that objective that I didn't necessarily want to do. Now, for me, that's an opportunity to try and be clever in terms of working my way through the way that the game works. Do I think it's unfair to point out that, this game is making me do something that I don't necessarily want to do? No, I think that's a fair place to put criticism for a game. But to emphasize that and maybe not acknowledge that there may be a little bit more to it in terms of working your way through working your way through that path. If there's something you don't want to do, what you work out is the alternate path. To me, I feel like there's something important that's being lost there. So what I wanted to do here is acknowledge the fact that I speak very favorably about this game. I can empathize with people who don't care for it, but that maybe doesn't put me in the best position to say whether or not someone individually will care for the game in its current form. So what I will do is actually bring up the old forum post. So I got particularly annoyed by one of the forum items, so I wrote a big reply. But it actually helped me. It helped me bring up this the blog post. Oh. Sorry, just a second. So this is the thing that people, for the most part, are complaining about. When you'll see these reviews that are saying like they cut features from the early access roadmap and they took Epic money and so on and so forth. This is what Brace Yourself did. This is essentially the thing that people are complaining about. And I want to talk about why I actually like the way that they handled this. Personally, as a fan of Industries of Titan, I wish that Brace Yourself Games would make this their life's work, and that the game continue to be developed as long as I am playing games, and that it get new features added to it. That's true for basically every game, right? That's not going to happen. So in June of 2022, so we're talking a pretty heavy lead time in terms of this news. They released the following. So June 6, 2022, Industries of Titan 1.0 release, new features, and updated roadmap. Greetings, founders. On April 14th, 2020, we released our first early access version of Industries of Titan out into the world. Our very first update added the transport hub and roads to the game, which, looking back, was very appropriate because we had a long road ahead of us. Part of the beauty of early access is that we get to build towards something together with you. There's also a level of chaos in that we are building the road while we're driving on it. We are drawing the blueprints, preparing the foundation, pouring the cement, and paving all at the same time. But after 2 years of experiencing all the fun twists and turns of early access development and monthly updates, we're finally ready to announce a 1.0 timeline. Industries of Titan 1.0 is coming this winter 2022. So technically, winter 2022 I think actually includes for a few early months of 2023, but I think it's fair to say that probably this got released later than what they were originally planning. What does this announcement mean? It means that it's time for us to start making some final decisions about what will be in the game. We've had some pretty steady goals in our roadmap over the last few years, but thanks to your feedback, we've realized a couple of things in particular. One, there are more fun, simpler ways to implement the goals that we had initially planned. Two, there are some awesome features that we want to add, but that we never planned for. Now, as we get close to our 1.0 launch, we want to make sure that our remaining roadmap better reflects our updated vision. Our goal with this dev blog is to talk a little about what we have left to do before 1.0 and to tell you about some of our bigger pivots, including a new campaign mode, starting bonuses, and more. First of all, so one thing that I think is important here, for everyone who is complaining about the features that were cut, you can actually look at the original roadmap, right? So this is an opportunity for you to take a look and see what wound up in the game and what didn't. So, first of all, let's talk about the main goals that we still want to accomplish in a very broad sense. These are the general umbrella things we want to achieve after listening to your suggestions. 1. Give players more late game purpose. 2. Give players more long-term replayability. 3. Give players more building variety. 4. Optimize, fix bugs, and polish. Providing players with late game purpose. From the beginning of Industries of Titan, we've known that we wanted players to compete against other rival corporations. We started with eliminate all rebel encampments as a placeholder condition for victory in early access, and it was that way for a long time until we introduced corporate goals just earlier this year. This was expanded upon even further in our last update, which introduced rival corporations to compete against. We will continue to iterate on both corporate goals and rivals by adding new corporate goals, iterating on how corporate goals are achieved and unlocked, adding new rivals with different playstyles. The final piece of the puzzle is campaign mode. Campaign mode is one of those weird suggestions that when it was first requested by people early on in development, we weren't sure it was something we wanted to do, but the more suggestions we received, the more we realized that a campaign mode would be able to accomplish many of our objectives around player purpose. Campaigns will give players a more concrete goal than just expand forever. It will also introduce unique challenges per playthrough, which will require players to try out different tactics. That brings us to our next goal. I'm actually going to go out on a limb here. Now, I don't remember specifically, but I seem to recall a stream with the developers, and someone had mentioned campaign mode, and essentially it was an idea that they said, that sounds really cool, but it doesn't sound like something we would be able to do. So this is actually, I feel like they're underplaying the shift here. This is actually something that had kind of been... this is something that I think had originally been dismissed and sort of turned around. So in this case, this is an added feature. Long-term replayability. We learned by chatting with you throughout early access that replayability is very important to you, which is great because replayability has been a goal at the forefront of Titan's development since its inception. We keep replayability in mind at each step, encouraging people to try new strategies. At this point, because replayability is such an important factor for us, a lot of key features in replayability, map types, corporate goals, the tech web, etc., are already in the game. Our plan is to add to and iterate on these features. There's one aspect of corporate goals that we haven't discussed yet, though, and that's starting bonuses. Starting bonuses are powerful traits that you can choose at the start of each campaign or scenario that will give you a unique advantage for your playthrough. Previously, when you started the game, you were asked to select a faction to play as. Our original intention was to provide players with a number of different factions to choose from that would each have their own strengths, be it military, economic, political, or otherwise. When we introduced corporate goals, we realized that those goals provided enough incentive to play differently. Starting bonuses are almost exactly what we wanted to do with factions, except that we can provide many more unique variations of starting bonuses than we can implement different factions. Building variety. An important factor in Titan's design is that we wanted all buildings and devices in the game to have a specific functional purpose. Nothing is purely aesthetic. That said, we know that people want more buildings for their cities. With that in mind, there are several more buildings you can look forward to that will make your city more robust. Hospitals, parks. We've also listened to feedback on buildings in the tech web. Currently, non-essential buildings are locked behind research. However, because of your feedback and because we've added a lot of new technology since the tech web was launched, we'll be taking buildings out of the tech web so that you can unlock the Council Obelisk, energy storage, fuel storage, air purifier, and industrial fan buildings with credits at any time during a playthrough. Optimization, bug fixes, and quality of life improvements. To say Titan has a lot of moving parts is a bit of an understatement. The game has to keep track of all of your citizens, your employees, their jobs, and their priorities, zethane levels, pollution, credits, resources, incoming migrant ships, rebel attacks. You get the idea. With the most recent update, the game not only has to keep track of all of this for you, but your rival opponents as well. It can be pretty intensive on some computers, so we want to make sure we take an appropriate amount of time to address this before adding more. You can look forward to many optimizations in the upcoming June Titan Tuesday. There are also always quality of life features that can be added. For example, things like tutorial prompts or clicking through the Rebel Attack banner to take you to the building being attacked have long been requested features that we would like to get to soon. Trimming the roadmap. Lastly, while the vast majority of our roadmap will be in the 1.0 version of Industries of Titan, there are a couple of things that we've had to trim, and we want to address that. With 1.0 coming in November, and again, in this case, this really is a case where it's sort of... so I wanted to be flexible with the Winter 22, but they've said November, so this is definitely later. We've rack stacked our new and remaining features against the time that we have left, and we've decided to cut these two features, Hunger and Farms, Liquids and Clubs. We believe among our remaining features, these two items bring the least amount of depth, and by trimming these, we can spend more time and more effort on the features you care about the most. We are also still revisiting combat to try and address feedback on the combat system. In summary, Industries of Titan 1.0 is coming this winter, so we wanted to share an updated roadmap with you. We'll continue to iterate on corporate goals, rivals, tech web, buildings, parks, and hospitals. We added a few big new features to the roadmap, campaign mode and starting bonuses, and we've trimmed two things from our roadmap, Hunger and Farms, Liquids and Clubs. When you work for years on any single project, you learn a lot along the way. Games development is no different. Whether it's process, design, or even communication, you learn that many things don't go according to plan as they do. It's important to be adaptable. So once again, we thank you for being part of this long, wild road trip of a game with us and helping us shape the 1.0 version of Industries of Titan, which we're excited to bring to you this winter. On that note, here is our updated roadmap list. We'll see you next time, Founder, Maddie, and the Brace Yourself Games team. So I'll follow up a little bit with some of the comments inside of chat before I go too far down the rabbit hole. So what was it? I find with EA, you always get these people who don't quite get EA. So they yell about the game being unfinished, or how the devs promised us a pony, which may or may not have actually been promised anywhere. Yeah, well, actually, one of the reasons why I replied to that list was somebody said, yeah, and the opening cutscene mentions trade. And like, there's no trade in the game. And I'm like, well, there is in the council hall, but also trade can refer to an industry overall, right? One's trade or our trade, not necessarily the idea of trading with other regions. I think it's been pretty clear that Industries of Titan has a hostile relationship between the corporations, not a cooperative one, not one based on trade. So my point on this is that Industries of Titan is not above criticism, but I would much rather that Industries of Titan be criticized for the game that it is, as opposed to the game that exists inside people's head. And the thing that bothers me the most about this is that when you hear, so when you look at the things that they took out, right? Hunger and Farms and, clubs and liquids and things like that. Would that have added something to the game? Yes. Would this have created, like, is this the trade system that people somehow feel like they were lost on? No, like this trade system never existed except, somebody trying to read into a cutscene somewhere. The introduction of hunger to me would be probably similar to something like pollution. Now, games like this, Sims are interesting sometimes because they have lots of very complex systems that interact with each other. And, that can be a fun experience, but it's also a very costly one, right? There is a version of the Industries of Titan development where they swung for the fences in terms of creating even more systems, and it just brought the game to its knees. And there simply was not any money to keep working on it, right? And at that point, the result is not a game you want to play. So now again, I'll be honest with you. I don't think the most compelling sales pitch is to say it could have been a disaster. But, just to be clear, right? Like, I think people somehow have this illusion that there is a game that exists in their head that somehow with just more time, it would have been what it is. Now, would Industries of Titan be a better game with more time? Yeah, I think most games would probably be better with more time on it. Do I feel that Industries of Titan is somehow an abandoned game or somehow an incomplete game? No, I actually think that Brace Yourself took on a very, very difficult project. And they've delivered something that's actually not that far from sort of what my first impressions of the game were when I played it. It's funny because I sort of thought that it was a city builder that kind of addressed a few of the things that I found difficult about Sims and city builders. Like, I do find some Sims to be kind of directionless for me. And so I do actually like some of the things that Industries of Titan added. And the fact that this thing is not Factorio isn't necessarily a bad thing for me. Would it be interesting if it went down a Factorio route? I mean, sure. I mean, maybe this would have been the Factorio like that would have made me, get into that style of game more. You can see how the game might have gone down that path, but this is all idle speculation, right? I'm in no better of a position to say what would or wouldn't have worked well in the game. What I can say is that I've enjoyed following this game's development, and I actually quite like playing it in its current form. So all of what I really wanted to do, there's two reasons why I wanted to bring this stuff up, which is number one, if you own Industries of Titan and you like it, particularly if you bought it on Steam, I would ask that you consider writing a positive review. And the reason for this is that the reviews that get counted in all reviews, recent reviews, are from people who have purchased on Steam. If you've bought it through another storefront, I actually don't know if there is another storefront that you can get it through. But I can see this being mostly positive. I don't think that this is a mixed, right? I don't think this game deserves the orange text. And it is quite literally on the razor's edge, right? One person giving a positive review here will be sufficient, I believe, to push it to mostly positive, which I think would be a fair placement in terms of the game. Again, I'm not going to say that the game is above criticism. I've been pretty clear in terms of saying that. Do I think it's a mixed game? No. I think there are other games that are deserving of that title. So this is my appeal to you. If you're a fan of Industries of Titan and you have not yet left a review, I think now is actually a time where it would be particularly helpful to do so. As far as the rest of it, I mean, I really like this game, and I think probably because 1.0 is out now, again, I tried my best in terms of this video on the Steam page to give people an idea of what playing the game is like and to explain all the different systems. So hopefully that half hour will be able to give you an idea of what the game is like. But, this is my first time playing 1.0, and so hopefully I'm also able, through the course of this stream, to give people an idea of what it's like and if it's for you. Obviously, the game's 25% off now, so it's going to be until February the 6th, so you can get a few more ideas, hopefully watch a few more people play it on Twitch. But yeah, I mean, part of what I wanted to do here was also address the fact that, on one hand, my enthusiasm is going to sort of speak for itself, and that is about me, right? What I do want to at least do is try to acknowledge where I think people are coming from in terms of their criticism for the game, where I think that criticism can be well-founded or at least grounded in something. So the people who say that the game is very slow, I think are actually struggling with resource management. Now, how far a game like this needs to hold your hand on resource management, that varies. Like, to me, that's part of the enjoyment of the game and figuring it out. And if you don't have a penalty for not managing resources, it makes me wonder where the game is. On the other hand, if someone's not having fun, you kind of need to at least acknowledge that. And in the end, games are going to be a sum of decisions made in terms of where these balances go through. And so on that note, the one thing that I can do is play the game for myself, and then you can sort of decide whether or not the game sort of lines up with what your thoughts were. But in the start here, I did want to at least try and offer, as far as I could, a kind of fair-minded perspective on what the actual issue of features being cut on the roadmap. It did happen. 2, it was actually relatively small. And 3, it was transparently communicated by the developer months in advance, and they offered their reasoning as well as added new features which weren't on the roadmap and had been long-time requests from the community. So if that's the sort of thing you want to criticize a developer for, okay. I mean, everybody's entitled to their tastes and their opinions, but I don't necessarily think that is an appropriate... for me, I don't feel that is an appropriate criticism. I actually think that I would prefer more developers to sort of work the way that Brace Yourself did in communicating its roadmap changes. And I feel that trying to quote unquote punish developers for doing what Brace Yourself did really just incentivizes people to hide things and not be forthright with their player base. Anyway, Karn says, Mind, I remember a time when if a game went a day or two without a patch or was declared finished, people would scream about how the game was abandoned and you shouldn't buy it. I'm a bit tired of fan discourse. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a side of me that says these people aren't fans, right? I remember people saying that BattleTech was abandoned after 3 DLC. And it's like, you know, again, harebrained schemes. It's great. It's Jordan Weisman founded it. He also founded FASA. It's, you know, the creators of BattleTech coming back to the franchise. I'd love it if they keep working on BattleTech, but there's other things they want to do and should do. So anyways, sorry about the long rant there. But I sort of feel like it's good to try and address what is probably a question some people are going to have over the, you know, about the introduction. And hello, Vanguard Master.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
I should say, I still love watching that opening cinematic, by the way. I should say I pounded back my tea today, so I may make another cup before properly starting. So just a reminder, I uninstalled the Epic version, did it on Steam. The one thing I'm not sure about is whether or not my settings came across. So it says 60 here, but I hope that VSync will keep. I'm at a 144, so if I can, I'd like to keep it there. But yeah, I think we are good. You can probably no. I thought there might be super sampling. Okay, we're good. So I already hit the reset progress. So in terms of progress, if I recall correctly, these are only available in scenario. So it says here, trophies are earned by completing games in scenario mode. Gold, 3 trophies, silver, 2 trophies, bronze, 1 trophy. So you can unlock Academic Arbiter, Industrial Ideologue, Energy Empire, Logistics Leader, and Tenacious Terraformer. Now, I'm not 100% sure if this gets unlocked for campaign mode or not, so we're going to take a quick look into that as we go by. But I did reset my progress for this stream. What I have noticed is that there's a few things that are still unlocked. There are a few things that are still locked. So I actually don't know what's behind these buildings. And then I think for devices, yeah, there's a number here. So I'm actually kind of curious what's going on there. Another thing that's worth mentioning, oh yeah, also landfaller ships. So I really want to figure out how to unlock these. Where was it? Okay, so it's a slight shame, in my opinion, that I don't have a way of being able to reset the codex, because I liked having these pop up while I was playing. However, it turns out there's a whole other set of logs, and then there's also logs from the rival corps. So this is one of the reasons why I'm actually quite excited to have it in 1.0, because it's not just that I'm only going to cover this game during early access. There's actually a lot of coverage that I can do, which is entirely about unlocking all the stuff that's available in the full game now. And then, of course, sort of perfecting my, my approach and so on and so forth. So with that in mind, like for those of you that like watching Titan, it's not just that I'm going to be playing it more, but there's actually some specific things that I'm going to be working towards. There are some really, really interesting logs that they've added, by the way. They did a live stream yesterday, and there's some really neat stuff in terms of the story. So there's the codex. Part of that gets unlocked over the course of playing the game, and then if you miss some of it, you can always play it. Maybe what I'll do, I did sort of say at some point I was going to start going over the codex at the start of each stream. I obviously spent the time talking about the discourse, so that's not going to be something that we do today, let's say, but I should probably work out a little bit of lore time for Industries of Titan. But what I need to kind of pick for myself is which game mode I play. So in one sense, playing the scenario mode is tempting because of progress. Whereas, on the other hand, my preferred way of playing is campaign mode. I mean, it does say the intended way to play, but one of the things I like about campaign mode is that, like, when I play scenario... Oops. When I play the scenario mode, Oh, actually, are there patch notes associated with... Hang on, just 1 second here. Yes, I need to give due credit to the patch notes. So we are going to be a little bit longer before we start playing, but it's important, darn it. Sorry for the sneeze. All right, 1.0 launch, released 31st of January 2023. After over 2 years in early access, Industries of Titan is finally coming to 1.0. Some team members have been working on this game for over 5 years. To see this game reach 1.0 is a little surreal, and we can't thank you enough for being with us on this journey. I know portraying an evil capitalistic overlord might not seem like it, but a lot of love has gone into this game. We hope you enjoy. Changes and new features, and as always, the Saturn indicates changes due to community feedback. New features: campaign, added a cutscene for campaign victory, added additional metrics to the campaign victory screen, improved campaign victory end screen appearance. Locations and weather. Added 2 new weather events. Aurora increases outdoor walking speed, and high winds increases wind speed. Added 2 new map locations. Eerie Expenditure, a map that has a higher number of obsidian ruins and mineral patches, but fewer isotope patches. And Arid Acquisition, a map that has a higher number of inert ruins and regular ruins, but fewer isotope and mineral patches. I think one thing that's an underappreciated factor is the number and variety of maps that have been added. Is kind of this sleeper feature of Industries of Titan. You've always been able to customize maps in scenario mode, but it is actually meaningful, the different map types that they've added, and that's going to come up in campaign mode as well. Victory points in council favor. Added 3 new victory points. Own a monument center, own transport hubs, unlock technologies in the tech web. Added a new council favor option, increased the influence gain rate, and added a new starting bonus. Aromatherapy. Pollution increases habitability. Pollution does more damage to citizens. Jesus. Lore and voiceover. Added additional lore logs for rivals, the logistics advisor, and a handful of new characters. Added missing VO and explanation about corporate goals. And adding? I feel like there's something missing here. Added a new VO for tutorial. Added a tooltip to the advisor panel button. Visual effects. Added a visual flare when discovering inert ruins. Added smoke effect to crevices that are affected by the down the hatch starting bonus and highlights as pollution sources when the pollution overlay is enabled. Added smoke VFX to factories when emitting pollution. Added visual clarity to sectors on the campaign map so that they look more like the biome they represent. Added further improvements to the visual difference between biomes. Added color purchasable sectors when they are available to buy. Added VFX displayed on air purifiers. Added VFX to monetization stations when citizen ad revenue tech is researched. Added blinking notification to the research tab to the top bar when research is complete. Added improved rebel camp indicators on the campaign map sectors. When a sector features higher rebel aggression, the camps on the tile will appear larger. And improved VFX displayed on air purifiers. Quality of life, improved rival descriptions in the campaign map tooltip. Added a pop-up notification when when starting the game with saves from a previous version. Saves will be archived separately. Added return to the campaign map button to the pause menu when in campaign sessions. This will return the player to the campaign map and forfeit the current session. Changes. Change the livability to habitability to better differentiate between tile-based habitability and global city livability. Change the default priority of the cleanup job category so that supply smokestacks is above clean waste. Change the tech web tooltip to display the current progress of active research. Change the tooltip for corporate goals button on the top display to display the current victory points, how many are needed for the next trophy and the current trophy level. Change the connection and upgrade tooltips for most buildings. Change the art for most starting bonuses. Change some VO for to the campaign tutorial. Change the confirm favor button to be always visible when scrolling through the council favor options. Changed idle player ships so that they attack enemy ships attacking nearby friendly buildings. Change the council communications tab to show applied council favors even when it is locked. And change the many warning flags that contain words to use icons and tooltips. Balance. Increase chances for artifacts to spawn in ruins. Increase resource drop rates from ruins by 25%. Increase the resource drop rates for large and obsidian ruins by 25%. Increase the amount of resources and resource patches. Have the time for input processing, output resource processors. Starting bonuses that are not selected in campaign will have... Starting bonuses that are not selected in a campaign will have a stacking credit bonus added the next time it is available. Hospital range increased by 1, double the benefits of max influence favor bonus, reduced the required buildings for tier 4 and tier 5 victory points. Pollution damage to citizens is reduced by 50%, decreased the amount of citizens required in the city to affect global livability. Reduce the tier level of HQ and command center range upgrades, increased the command center range by 1 and vision by 2. Adjusted the map generation settings for all biomes. Biomes will now vary greatly in resource patch availability and quantity, as well as resource nodes, crevices, rocks, mountains, lakes, and the amount type of ruins that will spawn. Worker movement speed tech reduced by 5%. Base global livability is reduced from 50 to 20. Reduced passive dissipation rate of pollution by 50%. Smokestack pollution increased by 30%. Mines now produce 50% more pollution than smokestacks. Wow. Tripled the habitability effects from Zethane and pollution. Pollution emitted from down the hatch bonus doubled. Increased the habitability penalty on roads from -1 to -3 for the superhighway starting bonus. Increased road habitability range from 1 to 3 to be in line with all other buildings. Device construction time for off-brand devices increased by 50%. Off-brand devices construction cost adjustment reduced from -80% to -40%. And the influence cap added by Monument Research Center reduced from 100 to 50. Influence gain rate reduced by 1. So there are a few fixes inside here, but I'm going to leave that aside. But it says, known issues. We have one big remaining issue that we'll tackle in a fix soon. Sorry. And after destroying a rival's HQ, map tiles can suddenly become unselectable. If this occurs, rotating the camera so that it faces south will allow you to continue playing in that session. So, I am interested in the scenario mode for the simple reason that I want to unlock this progress. And one thing I am going to do really quick is just write down the unlockable corporate goals, because I want to see if those appear on the campaign map. So actually, I'll be back in just a sec. So I just started boiling the kettle so that I'll do a little bit of an introduction to the game modes, pour my tea, and then we're properly ready to go. So, at some point, I'm going to do scenario so that I can unlock some more trophies with, and unlock the different modes. Now, one of the things that's nice about scenario, actually, I'll jump down the path a little bit. So you can choose your difficulty, mission length, rebel activity. But on top of that, you get to pick your rival. These are the standard maps. So I remember when there were 3. So there's now Standard Investment, Ruthless Opportunity, Rugged Venture, Tranquil Trailblazing, Molten Enterprise, Eerie Expenditure, and Arid Acquisition. Furthermore, if you want, you can actually adjust the starting conditions. Now, I thought at some point there was an option to set a seed. It may be that was removed. But in any case, like, there's quite a bit in terms of the options here. But I'm going to give my reasoning as to why I think campaign is sort of the most fun to do. So the 2 modes that I won't spend a lot of time in for myself would be the survival mode and the Zen mode. And this is just mostly because these types of modes are not the ones I normally play in any other game. So the survival mode, the thing is that it's like you die eventually. So you're in it's a rodeo, and I generally kind of like building towards something as opposed to like trying to work it down. For instance, the Phoenix Point demo, I thought it was neat that you had sort of a survival mission to do. But like I was much more into Phoenix Point when it was fully released and I could play the game as intended. Survival modes just aren't usually a thing for me. Likewise, Zen, if you want, like if the combat really stresses you out, you can do Zen and just enjoy it as a full-on city builder. The thing is for me that I actually think the structure the city takes with the need to defend yourself is interesting. And you've got a couple of options available to you now. So you can do elimination in scenario mode, or in terms of campaign, if you take out the rebels, then you just don't need to worry about them again. So to me, like, these are definitely for other people, and I just try and kind of push them towards scenario and campaign. And scenario is essentially if you just absolutely have to customize everything, but to me the default should be campaign, and this is for the simple reason that campaign will give you everything that's in scenario mode, but the way it gives it to you is this map. So instead of just having to pick everything, which, you know, I tend to get paralyzed when I'm given that level of selection, what I do in campaign mode is I wind up picking the maps based on sort of what the most strategic choice is. And so as a result, that gives me variety, but it gives me variety, like it's not variety just sort of so I can do a special type of challenge stream or something like that. It's variety so that I can, you know, achieve an overall goal, which to me is sort of where the sweet spot lies inside of the game. So for my part, you know, especially because I'm going to be playing this game on my own time a little bit more, campaign mode is my default. However, if I can't unlock the I know I can't unlock the progress through campaign, I will spend some time in scenario, specifically with the intention of doing the progression. Now, it's almost been an hour, so we are going to play Titan tonight. My kettle is boiling, so I'm going to get some more tea. Hey, the Vitran! I have to go to dinner, but congrats on your cool Steam page feature. Thank you so much, guys. For those of you who do not know the Vitran, this is the communications director for Inner Sloth. Wonderful streamer in her own right, and I hope you are already following her on Twitter. But Victoria is an incredibly supportive and kind individual, very good writer as well, but somebody who you absolutely should be following, whether you are aspiring to get into games or want to know a little bit more about what's going on. A remarkably gifted individual, someone who has gotten me in touch with a lot of very interesting people. For instance, Wallstormer, also known as Intelligame, is somebody who I found through the Vitran. But definitely somebody who I think lives up to the ideals that you would expect to see inside of the games industry, beyond just simply kind of telling people how to do it. Definitely somebody who I think a lot of people very rightly look up to, and somebody who, number one, is very tolerant of my incredibly verbose style, but number two is someone who gives me a lot to think about and asks interesting questions. And in fact, somebody who sort of gave me an early opportunity to work with some data. So lots of very nice things to say, and I am so happy that you got to stop by, even though I know you need to... Oh, the background music, thank you. It might be a little bit better inside of the... I actually don't have my headphones on, so I was going to get the tea. But yeah, I know you need to go, so I'm going to get my tea. Everybody take the time to follow the Vitran, and we'll be back in just a minute. Okay, if you guys could let me know if the volume overtakes me when we are in the game, because they've actually added some new tracks to the game as well. But I gotta stick with Hector Systems. And I'm going to enable the tutorials for this one. So in campaign mode, locations, rival corporations, and rebel activity will be randomly generated. Your goal will be to fight for a seat on the council by conquering key locations on Titan. So if you've never played Industries of Titan before, definitely enable tutorials, but don't be afraid of doing campaign mode, because you actually start by fighting for your first tile in campaign mode, in the tutorial. Like all things on Titan, the amount of artificial sunlight each part of the moon receives is not equal. Only the rich can afford to live in the brightest areas. Fragile bones are often reinforced with body mods in Titan's poor, hence the nickname Bowlegs for Darkside dwellers. Okay, so as we were talking about here, right now the campaign objective first steps, establish your first corporation. Favor is rewarded based on your performance in each mission. Favor can be spent on upgrades between missions while on the campaign map. Welcome to the campaign map, Founder. Here you must capture key sectors on Titan in order to vie for a seat on the council. After completing the first mission, you will have access to council favors that will aid you on future missions. So here we can get some details in terms of the... Okay, so actually this is some useful information here already. So if we take a look at the corporate goals, we've got martial mastery, industrial ideologue, academic arbiter, and logistical leader. And I noticed that academic arbiter, industrial ideologue, and logistical leader were all ones that I needed to unlock under the progress window. So as far as campaign mode is concerned, you have all the corporate goals unlocked, but perhaps not in scenario mode at the start. So the tutorial mission will get you 5 to 20 favor. Again, if you don't enable the tutorial, this will already start with a gold victory. It's a short mission, which means that we have basically it's a smaller requirement in terms of what it takes to beat the map. We know our corporate goals, so points related to military power, industrial processes and factories, science research and artifacts, and transportation. There are no corporate rivals in the tutorial mission. Easy rebel aggression, 2 rebel camps, heavy rainfall, and it's barren. The council's typical starting territory for new investments. Barren land provides the perfect canvas for an exciting new city corporation. Let's jump in. The roads for trucks on Titan are sunken for efficiency's sake. The precious seconds wasted while waiting for a pedestrian to cross could cost a corporation thousands of credits.
Significant investments riding on your success. I hope you'll live up to our expectations.
Okay, so we start with a starting bonus. So in this case here, now there's always the option to skip, but I mean, we play games because of extra features, right? So we've got experimental fuel silos. Fuel silos next to crevices fill up fuel automatically. Fuel silos explode twice as big. Fuel silos explode for more damage. Fuel silos have 30% less health, and fuel turbine buildings are 30% less effective. Bypass structural standards. Buildings take 80% less time to build. Buildings have 25% less health. And Slumlord. Residential buildings hold 150% more citizens, and citizens generate 25% more waste. My God. So I wasn't crazy about experimental fuel silos, but I feel like in the tutorial I should be able to work a little bit better with these. So we're going to select that.
Welcome, Founder. My name is Shiaro Hess, and I am your corporation monitor. Every Founder on Titan is assigned a monitor like me. I make sure you treat Titan with respect. It is the Council's property, after all. If we work together, we'll make this city very efficient. Let's begin by testing your oversight capabilities, Founder. First, try to move your surveillance camera around your land. Excellent work. Now, let's test your camera's rotation and zoom function.
So obviously I'm skipping ahead because I know what to do.
As expected. One last thing to ensure everything is running correctly. Try pausing and resuming, and check that your speed register is working properly.
The directive toggle your territorial overlay.
Excellent. Everything seems to be in order. Then, we begin with your main duties. Founder, please take a close look at your starting territory. The outlined tiles adjacent to your headquarters belong to you. You are free to do as you please with this land. Any land outside your territory, however, belongs to the Council. If you wish to use that land, you will have to pay the Council with influence. Founder, I see you eyeing those ruins. Intriguing, aren't they? The ruins cover almost every inch of Titan. They're the wreckage of an earlier, more foolish age. The doomed settlers who built them left many resources and artifacts behind.
It's a lot more...
Your territory already contains some ruined structures. You can survey them in your city view. Survey results will show you the contents of the ruins. Issuing a survey order will assign an employee to do it for you. Try surveying the ruins you control.
So I don't think I'm going to see that many...
Founder, survey results have shown that some nearby ruins contain valuable resources. Resources are used to construct buildings and devices. Our city needs them to grow. Try salvaging one of the ruins to gather its resources now. The resources you find there will be placed in storage by your employees, if there is storage available.
So with the higher probability of artifacts, that's actually translated into fewer ruins that I would scrap. So that may affect the way that I wind up playing the game. So I don't necessarily want to activate this ruin this time.
Founder, you may be interested to learn that there are other secrets hidden inside the nearby ruins. They can contain artifacts, rare and valuable technology from before Titan's fall. When you select a ruin, you can choose to extract artifacts instead of salvaging it. But keep in mind, not all ruins contain artifacts. You must survey them first to make sure. Artifacts are very rare, so use them wisely. If you have many artifacts, you can always donate them to the Council. It will earn you quite a bit of influence.
So one of my old strategies...
Oh, hey there. Founder. Right. They told me you'd be checking in soon. I'm Vern Skoll, your waste management officer. I think that title is pretty reductive, but yeah, I'm the one who moves the waste around. You make the trash, I move the trash. You dump the trash, I burn the trash. It's a beautiful partnership. And boy, you do have a lot of trash piling up around your city, don't you? No worries yet, though. We'll handle it later.
So one of the challenges here is that there's less, or there are fewer ruins, which I would use for the materials, but we'll get that from the resource patches.
Welcome to Titan, Founder. I am Einar Peer, your council representative. There are currently 9 council members on Titan. Each of us sponsors and oversees different corporations on this moon. I am your sponsor. Your city permit and council funding are thanks to me. I hope you will return my faith with high profits. And remember, everything the council has given you can easily be taken away. Founder, the council has granted you a headquarters facility. Enter your headquarters by selecting it in your city view. I suggest you build some devices inside of your headquarters. Every new city needs a few essential devices to operate smoothly. Device complete. Founder, this headquarters is the best place to build the devices that will keep your city running. The first devices you need are storage containers to hold your minerals and isotopes. Build a storage container here in your headquarters. If you need more room, you can also build one inside a factory.
Hey, Founder, I got us a temporary solution to our waste problem. There.
Oh, I didn't mean to skip the dial. I wanted to skip the mission, but...
Hey, Founder! Thrilled to finally meet you. I'm Ayana Oak, your power systems engineer. I'll be managing your city's power systems. That means fuel, energy production, energy storage, all that great stuff. It's my passion, honestly. Since I was a kid, I've wanted nothing more than to slam the contact switch on a giga battery and see the sky light up. And after years of school and grad school and VR training programs and dropping out of VR training programs, I'm finally here. We'll do great stuff together, Founder. Trust me. My career is on the line, and you can count on me to take that seriously.
I feel like I could have done something better here, but
Founder, we will soon run up against the borders of your territory. The city must expand. You can claim any parcel of land from the Council with influence. You can spend influence to acquire any plot of land in your city view, even if it is not connected to land you already own. But choose carefully. Not all ruins are equally profitable.
Hey, Founder. I checked inventory and we don't have enough fuel. We need fuel to generate energy for our buildings and devices. Luckily, there's fuel all around us in the air. It's called Zethane, and it's a finite but easily tapped gas that pours out of crevices and sinkholes. Titan's air is so toxic, it contains many flammable substances we can burn for energy. So, build a fuel fabrication device in your headquarters, or in a factory. These devices don't require any external energy of their own, and they operate without employees. Very convenient.
okay. So I started building the. Oh, hey, there's the Aurora. Not quite sure how I can make make these two things work together, but anyway, hopefully the game to voice volume still works. But yeah, I've been holding off building the fuel fabricator. I just wanted to get some of the foundations down first. Okay. But we've got 2 generators down now, so I can stick a fuel fabricator. That's not going to work. So that'll have to do. And I can probably put down like a battery and a fuel tank at some point.
Hey, Founder! So, you've got to be careful where you put your fuel fabricators if you want to make enough fuel. Zethane is extracted from the air on Titan, so you'll want to build where the concentration is juiciest. If you expand towards crevices and sinkholes and put your fuel fabricators there, you'll be fabricating fuel next to the source. Not only will it take much longer for crevices and sinkholes to run out of Zethane, but you'll also convert more fuel per minute because the air will be so rich. Oh, and don't forget to spread your fabricators out a bit so they aren't draining just one area. Oh, and Founder, if you want to know how much Zethane an area has, there's always the Zethane overlay. You can toggle it at the bottom of your screen in the city view. Okay, Founder, it's finally time to turn our fuel into energy. Most buildings and devices need an external source of energy in order to operate. Build an energy generator somewhere on empty floor space, in your headquarters or in a factory. The generator will convert fuel into energy.
Okay, what I'm going to focus on instead will be my factories.
All right, the juice is flowing. It's time to send that energy out to the buildings and devices that need it. Energy doesn't travel on its own. I wish. We need relays to carry the energy. Let's build some relays now. They'll power everything the grid touches. Just make sure that all the buildings and devices that need energy are connected to the grid, and that the grid has an energy source.
Founder, it seems that you successfully constructed an energy system to serve your city. However, your future population also needs to be stored adequately. I suggest you construct habitat pods inside your headquarters. You can set these pods up next to your factory equipment. Don't worry, your citizens won't mind.
Okay, so, this will work. Eventually, as far as the smokestack's concerned, I'm going to want to try and put that somewhere up here. We'll skip this goal for now. Oh, and we've got what we need for our isotopes for now, so we're going to dismantle this module here, and we're now going to convert this into something for minerals. All right, Erlan, what do you want?
Space station operations. Are you the replacement? Oh, never mind. You're the new founder, right? I'm Erlan Fletch, your local spaceport operator, but you can call me Fletch. Have you been up here? No? The space station is, well, it's right above you. Council operation, low-level orbit. Every few cycles, the Council arranges for a new set of trade ships to dock up here. They're carrying cargo and migrants, ready to head down to spaceports all over Titan's surface. You can find the spaceport in your city view. I hope you last longer than the last founder the Council sponsored. Seriously, it's rough out here. All right, Founder, so you probably noticed the spaceport is locked up. See, the Council doesn't do things for free. You gotta pay to play around here. If you want access to those ships in the spaceport, first, you gotta trade a few artifacts. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous too, but don't tell anyone I said that. I need this job pretty bad. Fleeters, like me, can only work in zero-G.
I wanted to do things slightly different, but...
Welcome to the spaceport, Founder. Here's where all the big moves happen on Titan. Now that you have access to the spaceport, you can see ships headed toward Titan full of cargo and migrants. You can buy what they're carrying with influence. This is your primary way of increasing your city's population. If you're getting migrants, make sure you have somewhere to house them. Otherwise, I can't send them down. Sorry. Rules are rules. And, don't be surprised if they bring a lot of waste with them, too. You'll just have to deal with it.
This is going to take us a little while to build, but we will get there. Okay, so we lost the mineral patch. Well, we didn't lose it, but like we're done with the mineral patch. So one of the things I'm going to want to work on is finding areas that I can put my fuel storage beside. Now, this Obsidian Ruins is kind of expensive. We actually don't have that much in the way of options here. So what I think I'm going to do, let's just find the next highest stack of minerals. Is the game to voice volume okay?
Founder, it appears that you are running out of free space for devices. As your city grows, you will always need more floor space. If your headquarters has no more room, you can always build additional factories and install the devices there. If you are to power your factory with energy generated inside another building, you will want to build this new factory close by. I'm sure your power engineer will explain how to do this later. That is her department, after all. When construction is complete, you can enter the factory interior and customize it, just like your headquarters.
So again, this is going to take a little while for us to set up. We're on an easy mode, so it's not that big of a deal, but I want to
Greetings,
build this
Founder.
right.
So glad to finally meet you. I'm Lyle Visk, your head of human assets. Everyone here in the Human Assets office has just been aching to get on a conference call with you. Our philosophy? Eliminate cost centers and build human efficiency. We transform people from a human resource into a monetary resource. Ah, yes. So you've decided to monetize your citizens. Excellent. They're going to need jobs. Lots of jobs. When citizens work, they earn credits. We harvest those credits by exposing them to high click-through video advertisements. To begin, construct monetization stations inside your headquarters or factories. Once those devices are built, our citizens can start enjoying some fresh, exciting adverts.
So we're going to be ready to turn this on in a little bit. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to dismantle what I can of the mineral processor. We'll wait till somebody picks it up. We're going to have to put down some waste receptacles at some point, but I'll see if I can... Oh. Ooh. Okay, so I also need to put down a... So there's two things I need to put down. One is an energy bridge. Then I also need to put down a waste receptacle so that I can actually move the garbage. Okay, so I'm going to need more fuel, and I'm also going to need more energy, and I don't think I have enough room for both. So I can try and stick one of these things down. Yeah, so that cuts off the worker. I'm going to turn this all off. And then what we can do... In fact, I think we're just going to redesign this factory floor altogether. So there's a few things that I can't afford to get rid of. Let's just cancel. So we'll cancel this first. Let's dismantle the processors. Waste module, I probably am a little reluctant to mess around with that, but I'll work with what I can. So this relay placement leaves something to be desired. We're going to keep that there at least for a little bit, just so I can, you know, I can have a fighting chance of getting some better devices down. One of the things I need to work towards are 50 construction units for the Tier 2 to Tier 3 processor, but that's not going to really help us. So one of our intermediate goals... Sorry, I should be a little more careful in terms of how I work this out. So one of our intermediate goals is actually going to be to get 50 construction units.
Hey there, you ever hooked up a building to an energy grid before? Your generators are producing energy, but they can't get it to the grid unless you build some energy bridges. Build an energy bridge somewhere inside your headquarters, then connect your generators to it with an energy relay. Once the generators are hooked up to an energy bridge, the grid outside can access the building's energy. You can also use energy bridges to pass energy between different floors of the building. Once it's on the grid, this building can act as an energy source for other buildings in your city. And if you need energy to flow from the city to inside your buildings, it works the same way too. Build an energy bridge inside your headquarters and it can be connected to the city energy grid.
Okay, so there's our 50.
Founder, our city is bursting at the seams. We need to grow. But if we want to grow our corporation, we'll need a real energy grid in this city. Energy works on a citywide grid, just like it works in our headquarters and factories. To get our city's energy grid online, build an energy pylon that connects your headquarters and factory. Make sure that your factory has an energy bridge too, or else it can't receive power from the outside.
Ah, Founder! I've been meaning to talk to you about conversion capsules. It's where Titan's Industries transform obedient citizens into even more obedient employees. We market the procedure as training, but the process is really more technical, and the effects are permanent. Once they've gone through conversion, your employees will be able to work basically forever, without breaks or sleep. Now, there may be some long-term consequences that medical science isn't currently aware of, but it is a voluntary process, so your conscience is clear.
So again, our goal right now is going to be focusing on extra power, but being able to get this thing up and running, even if it means running at an energy shortfall in the short run, will help us sort of realign a few of our buildings. So as you can see, we're draining down. What I'm trying to do here is get a couple of tier 3s produced so that I can replace the level 1 processor and the level 2. Right now I'm actually just going to try and make hay before we lose the power, and then we'll just shut this thing off. And we're getting close. Okay, so we'll disable all that. Looks like I do actually have some fuel I can work with. Okay, so there's a couple things that I need to do here. I'm going to turn off this mineral node. I'm actually going to turn these on. So I do need to deal with the waste at some point.
All right, Founder. Now that you've built your conversion capsule, you're ready to convert citizens into employees. Start by selecting one of your conversion capsules. This is where you'll pay for new employees. Give it a try now. Your citizens are very eager to sign up for conversion.
This is gonna kill my fuel. I gotta be careful about this. So we're at a tier 2, so we're gonna turn this process off. Okay, now this is going to give me a little bit of breathing room in the headquarters. So I think I'm actually just going to shut this all down. So I've got a surplus of 3 at the moment. I can't do that to the relays though, because the batteries don't wind up connected to the grid. Okay, so I gotta put some places for waste. And then I do have a fair amount in terms of minerals to work with. So I think probably the first step is to get my fuel on a slightly firmer footing. And I'm gonna do that by building my I'm going to do that by building my fuel silo. So eventually these will get doubled up and, you know, and all of that, but one step at a time. Okay, so this one I'm okay scrapping. I do like the idea of the employee movement speed. I probably want to keep the waste generation, so in this case we'll go for unlocks here. I may also go for the lower pollution emissions. Harvesting rate's probably not a bad one, so yeah. Also definitely want one of these. So I'm not doing too much in terms of... I'm not losing a whole lot in terms of... what am I trying to say? For the... like the scrapping is a good idea, basically. But I also get quite selfish in terms of technologies. So I need to work that out at some point, but one step at a time. We're working on our fuel silo, which should be generating a certain amount of fuel for itself. Right, it just automatically... I wish it would say how much gets generated. Unfortunately it doesn't, so I'm going to have to make a best guess. Let's say, so we're at 265. So if we turn this thing on, yeah, so we're basically just going to ignore this because we're clearly generating more fuel. And I'm going to put down a few more of these waste receptacles. But I do need to start thinking, like, at this point I kind of need to start thinking about what's my overall Citicorp going to look like. So one thing I need to do is actually get the other relay down. still. I'm going to build this right. And you know what? I think we're just going to do the good old-fashioned magnum opus like I usually do. I'm liking some of the changes to the soundtrack now. Okay, so let's get to work. Research Council, population, employee, migrant, bug reporter, corporate goals, confirm, cancel, dismantle, copy, enable, toggle. Okay, yeah, no. There we go. I wonder if that's still a bug. Okay. So I don't know if I'm actually quite ready for all this refining yet, but it's not a bad place for us to... It's not terrible for us to start up this way.
Founder, I was wondering when you'd arrive. We got a lot of work to do. I'm Alexa Carrick, your military advisor. Around here, they call me the Admiral. I manage your ships, armaments, and military personnel. Plain language, that means I make sure that rebels and our competitors don't kill us. I've worked with a lot of startup cities here on Titan, so don't worry. I've seen it all. Landfaller cities come and go like the rain. For now, keep your eyes open and your mind sharp. If we want to survive on this poisonous rock, we'll have to work hard.
Founder, your raw resources could be doing so much more for you. Each resource is crude at first, but the refinement process makes them that much more effective at construction. With each refinement, the resource gains value and thus represents a greater portion of the construction costs. This is how you get the most out of your resources. Raw resources will only get you so far. To start the refinement process, build a level 1 processor, and be sure to plan some empty space around it.
We have already done this, obviously.
Founder,
hey,
you now have a
doing?
processor for refinement, but it will not function without the required modules. First, you need an input module associated with the resource you wish to refine. Then, you'll need an employee module and an employee free to operate it. Once you have that, an output module will be necessary to receive the refined resource. And finally, you have the option to attach a waste module to catch any waste, instead of letting it litter your factory floor. Each step requires different amounts of time to complete, but I'm quite confident you can work that out for yourself. Founder, now that you're refining your resources, you can soon invest in a more diverse portfolio of buildings.
I screwed up.
Larger devices and buildings require more construction units. Paying for these with raw minerals is foolish, not to mention inefficient. Without your input, we can choose which resource will be most optimal for the building. But you can cycle through which resource tier to use for construction by clicking the mineral or isotope box at the top of your surveillance view. Higher tiers account for more construction units. Use them wisely.
So I'm going to build up a few more tier 2s just so I can fill out.
Founder, now that you understand resource refinement, you can continue further processing to achieve the highest possible quality resource. Do just as you did with your basic resources, but this time with level 2 processing. Remember, you can do this for both minerals and isotopes, depending on what input modules you attach.
Okay, so we're short on energy, but that's fine because we've actually got more fuel than we need right now.
Founder, it looks like a couple rebel birds picked us up on radar. They've altered course toward us. Rebels don't only fight against the Council. They'll attack anyone who works with the Council, too. They'll be here soon, but we have time to prepare defenses. If you haven't already done so, save up the required resources to unlock the defense turret. A defense turret can defend the settlement against low-orbit military vessels. Build one now to keep the rebels busy. And don't forget, we'll need an employee to operate the turret in order for it to function.
This is going to seem a little ridiculous that I'm doing this, but it's mostly just to clear out space on the floor. Actually, there's a better version of this that I can do. So in this case, I'm going to stop skipping the tutorials for a bit. That'll give me a chance to sort of talk about the game. Now we're out of energy inexplicably. What's the deal? Okay, so I'm going to free up some workers and shut down the mineral side of things. It's not because I don't think minerals are unimportant, it's just that I can build a stockpile of 2s, whereas if I can get the tier 3 up and running... This is going to be a bit of a delay here. Let's prioritize. I'm really liking the changes to the soundtrack. I might pick up the... I screwed up. Okay, now we've been sitting on a lot of isotopes and minerals. There's definitely stuff that we can do in between. So let's pick up this isotopes patch. Let's also grab a nice big stack of minerals. I think 70s are best. Yeah. So again, we'll just get people extracting the resources as we can. In fact, it might make sense to kind of grab a few more of these before I do that. If I can make it, yeah, employee move speed is the best. Okay, so for some reason I'm not seeing movement on the isotope side of things. Right, because I've got too many employees assigned to tasks that they don't really need to be doing right now. Definitely a time I want to be converting. So actually with that in mind, let's cancel, I'm going to cancel the tier 3 stuff altogether. And this is just because I need to prioritize the refining of tier 2 resources at the moment. Ah, and we are also out of storage. Okay. That makes things a bit more inconvenient. Hang on, that doesn't make any sense. I can understand not having enough storage for the tier 1s. That's fine. Not enough for tier 2, that doesn't make sense. Okay, back to HQ. So I definitely need a source for the power. And then what we're going to do is we're going to turn that into something I can... Actually, I'm also going to build a battery. So eventually what we're going to do with that is we're going to build something for employees. Sorry, for citizens, and then we're going to use that into turn that into a way of getting employees. Okay. Reducing the pollution emissions is not a bad idea, actually. Okay, so I can start my work from home setup now. If I can, it's good to avoid the wind. So wind goes up like this. Factory. Yeah, neither of these are really going to work the way I want them to. That's fine though. I think I can build the factory here. Probably should have saved up for the obsidian ruins. So grab this one because it's close to the sinkhole. So we're short on the minerals right now, but that's gonna go away in just a little while. Okay, so this is, again, the same work from home setup. It's going to be pretty bad for the pollution, but what are they going to do? Write a complaint? We don't have the power for these guys yet. We also don't have the what am I trying to say? the... Actually, we can activate this. What am I... God, words. We don't have the energy bridge. So I'm still waiting on the... kind of the minerals to finish. Part of this, though, is... So, like, the real hope is that we're going to have a fairly decent clip of clearing out output modules. Which actually isn't being realized yet, unfortunately. I've gotten a little spoiled by the fact that I overdo it on employees. So if I'd been thinking, I would have built the capacity for more employees earlier. But I'm going to make up for that now. I'm going to put down... Basically, I'm going to bring people in. Once I bring people in, I will convert them. And then... Oh. I don't know why it's lagging like that, but thank you very much for the Prime subscription, Algrins. And sorry, I didn't see your messages before. So you say, we all know you have no experience with the game, just an amazing amount of luck picking the right things. I mean, they could complain, but the complaint department also doubles as waste management. Yeah, so a couple things that I should have done differently. Like I'm happy with this setup here. But it is kind of slow in terms of getting what I need built. And the hope here is that I basically want to be able to get this, like all the storage that I need and all of that. I kind of want to have that built a little bit faster than what I've been doing. So I don't have a ton that I can do to get around it. I'm kind of relying on being able to clear out some of this jam here. Alright, I do actually need to do something with my isotopes. So, with that in mind, we're going to turn on... Oops. So I'm going to turn on the tier 3 again. Just one worker this time. So we are draining some batteries, but I'm hoping that we can... So essentially what I'm trying to do here is upgrade headquarters. Wait, why do I want to upgrade head? Well, it's actually not even upgrading headquarters. It's mostly just clearing out the space so that the isotopes can be refined. It doesn't even really matter the form that it takes. It really just matters more that I'm able to clear it. Now, there are other ways of doing this, but I've forced my hand to a certain degree. I'm actually gonna go for broke here. Okay. I'm kind of hoping that this all works out. Let's move on. So we've got... where is it? This one's going to be a little bit easier to do just because it's all habitat pods at this point. Still going to be some improvements that we can make, but we'll let that run. Moving right along. What else do we want? Oh, first of all, not enough living space yet. I don't really need more resources right now, so let's say habitability. The problem is none of this stuff is actually helping us make new citizens. Well, the cash we earn helps us make new employees, but I actually need to upgrade HQ to really make this work. So I need one more upgraded or one more tier 3 isotope. Now notice we are starting to drain fuel a bit. I have the option of building a some more fuel silos, but I'm going to hold off on that temptation for just a little bit longer. Looking good. So we're also in a work shift, which is kind of nice. We're not going to have a lot of cash by the end of it, but at the very least we've paid our employees, which means we'll be able to convert them shortly after. Okay, we're back to an energy deficit, but we should get that back with the generator. Okay, that's the last of the monetization stations. So production hut's probably going to need, we need some waste receptacles down now. And then we actually need to build things like the smokestack and all those other goodies. Okay, so we're doing really well on tier 3 isotopes now. So in order to try and help out with the power situation, we're going to turn this off. It's also kind of good that we're turning this off because it'll free up a worker. I'll maybe try and keep the tier 2 going for a little bit longer. We don't have much in the way of tier 3s now, so I'm actually giving back all that energy. Okay, we need 80 for these obsidian ruins. It's tempting to do. Now I'm going to wait for the work. I'm going to wait for the work shift to finish, but I am going to upgrade the headquarters as soon as I can. What else can I do? Yeah, so let's hold off on those obsidian ruins until I've got... No, actually, you know what? I'm going to enjoy the extra workers for a little while. What I will do, though, is build another fuel turbine, or fuel, whatchamacallit? Fuel storage. Okay, I don't really need the device construction time, so that's a good scrap candidate. Lowering employee salaries is kind of tempting. Yeah, I got a few options here. but I'm also going to need these artifacts for other things. Ooh, command... No, that's command center. Okay. So I'll unlock so I can scrap this. That's going to get me better energy plant production and council trade tickets. Okay. So we're on leisure, so we'll upgrade. That's probably going to kill our power for a bit. And we are going to go... double up the fuel silos. I'm hoping that that translates into fuel acquisition. If it doesn't, I'm in a bit of trouble. And I'm also kind of lucky in the sense that I should be able to build a... sorry, not a defense turret. I should actually be able to build a smokestack pretty quickly. It's only 100 minerals. I'll confess I'm a little surprised that we're already this close to the cap. I don't think I'm going to be getting a single a ship with one person on it. So, okay, I'm guessing the waste is the problem here. There's a couple buildings that I want to focus on early. That's going to be storage facility. I mean, I can always build more factories, but space is kind of scarce. Actually, you know what? That's not a priority. This is a priority. Ooh. I don't know if we can move all these isotopes. We're going to lose some power soon. I actually don't really have any good options here. So let's turn off work from home temporarily. That means that the production hut can turn off. Oh. That's gonna have to do for now. So I'm kind of on a knife's edge storage-wise, but I think we're gonna be able to see this through. This doesn't seem to be carrying its weight anymore, though. I don't have any good answers for this, to be honest. Okay, we're at least... we stopped the bleeding. Okay, next up... yeah, there's no way I'm getting 108, so... next best, we build as many... well, we can even just start with one. But in this case, conversion capsules and the sort of relays and energy bridges that will enable everything. Actually, you know, we can build as many as we can. I think the time has also come for me to seriously consider the smokestack.
Device complete.
Okay, so I don't know if the number is going up or down at this point. But let's start with the conversions. Next up, I also need to... So I actually need to start claiming the artifacts now. So this means we're going to have a bit of a drought as far as resources are concerned. I do actually need to pick up a mineral patch sooner rather than later, although it seems to me like we've got a lot of tier 2s and tier 3s that can be picked up off the ground. Oh, yeah. No, we actually don't... We more have a transport problem more than anything. Fuel storage... So this is kind of tempting, except for the fact that fuel storage is fuel generation for me. So I'm probably going to wind up buzzing this down for artifacts. Yeah, at this point here, I need the artifacts just so that I can get employees. Of course, for that, I need isotopes. Or not influence, so... Okay, already being converted. Looks like we're still generating positive numbers as far as the fuel is concerned. So I'm not as worried about these fuel silos, although we do want to get them worked on. I want to clear out these ruins so that I can get the smokestack built. And we are going to have a work shift coming up pretty soon, so I do also need to... I need to prepare for that. So there's, you need the music? Sorry, Algrins, I don't, I'm not sure what the reference was. The music here, you'll notice there's lyrics now. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so what has delighted me the most, you know, we talked at the beginning about the fact that there were changes to the game. Sometimes those changes mean less, you know, less for me to experience. But one of the things I actually really appreciate about 1.0 is how much and how surprising. I forgot to turn on the... We do need cash. Yeah, I've been delighted at just how much more stuff there is to do. I'm either going to need a lot more... well, actually, you know what? We'll do the employee conversions. Okay. It also occurred to me I can probably build... No, I can't build the defensive turret. I don't have enough storage. Okay, I tried to avoid doing this, but it was all for naught. Turn these off for now. It's going to take me a while to get my staff back. Okay, so we're going to have a surplus of 1,600 at the end, so storage is not a terrible idea right now. Probably not the first thing I would have built, but this is going to pay off in terms of waste. I think we're going to have a work problem in a minute. I should have prioritized this thing. So I'm going to be interested to see whether or not the fuel turns out once this thing gets built. Okay, so either this doesn't generate any fuel at all, or... So here's an interesting experiment I can do. We'll just straight up turn this one off. This really isn't the experiment I should be doing in the middle of a workday, but... Okay, so we're up to 53. So now that this number's going up, what we're going to do is we're going to turn off this fuel silo. Okay, so it seems like these have no effect whatsoever on the fuel generation, which is a shame. But it does mean that we prioritize these ones next. So priorities for this energy pylon for sure. We build more fuel silos in just sort of this general area.
Extraction complete.
So yeah, fuel silos to help us with our fuel problem. Smokestack so that we can finally start burning the trash. Storage facility for kind of a main place to put that trash. In fact, I'm going to assign a specialist to supply and clean up. Okay, so mixed news. I'm going to turn off work from home temporarily. I'll let that battery charge and then, well, charge as much as we can. I still need to convert the employees. There's going to be a very useful function served by this storage facility. All the new trash is going to wind up stored inside here, which is going to be close to the smokestack. Next set of priorities are going to be about claiming artifacts. So I don't exactly need resources right now. If anything, we've been sort of running out of space because of them. So between cash, yeah, I think priority number one, let's clear out the rest of the, we'll get the rest of the employees that we need. Nice to see we're still generating a surplus. Wait a little bit on that. I'm going to convert that into a power floor when I can. There is one thing I can do in the HQ. Wrong one. Okay, so that's stacked full of batteries. That's just going to help us with our planning overall. I think I'm going to put down some more conversion capsules where I can. Just maximize the number of that's not going to work. It's going to be a race to see whether or not we can actually finish the conversions in time. Okay.
Extraction complete. Device complete.
So we're going to need to replace these employees at some point, but right now I'm just trying to maximize the number of bodies in the city core. Even if that comes at the expense of the ability to do things in the tech web. So it says we can't support any more employees, which suggests that we've already got the people being converted, which is good, because that means once they're done, we can dismantle all of this and we can get some more power. Great. Here we can turn that back on now. Well, not quite yet, but... Now, it seems to me like we should have enough well, okay, we should have enough employees, but I don't have enough power, so I'm going to hold back on that for a little while longer. But the plan's going to be, when we can, like I said, get another power floor down, and then... I mean, at some point I'm probably going to have to build the plant. And let's follow Alexa's advice and actually get that turret down. I'm definitely going to need to upgrade the range on this thing, otherwise we're going to get shot out of the sky. Well, it's the rebels that are actually in the sky, so... What can we do with the tech web? Harvest rate's not bad. Oh, the employee... I probably should have gone for the employee limit. It's also not a bad time for me to consider what the goals are. So, upgraded buildings, that'll be pretty easy. Transport hub, pretty easy. Energy depots, I don't think that's going to be too hard. Yeah, the fuel silos is... That's progress for me, so no worries there. I do want to prioritize the construction of, It's gonna get a little tricky. So I gotta find a way to make this storage container work. Actually, maybe I don't have to. So now what we do is we put the smaller storage containers, even if it's temporary, in the corners here. There we go.
Device complete.
So it's going to take some effort. Like, we still need to build up to... okay, turn you off.
So, Founder, you probably noticed that our waste problem is getting pretty serious. Well, no need to fear. Waste management is here, etc., etc. Our citizens and our factories are all producing waste. We could let the trash pile up, but it's better to get rid of it. Citizens prefer it when our buildings are clean. The council likes it when we keep it tidy, too. The easiest way to disappear all this garbage is to build a smokestack. You can find it in the city construction menu in the city view.
Hello, Founder. Your employees are working hard, but are they working efficiently? You can use the Employee Management panel to choose which task they will complete first. Access the Employee Management panel, then drag and drop items in the task list in any order you please. They'll complete tasks in the list starting at the top and working toward the bottom. It's always a thrill to transform employees from aimless drones into focused, empowered laborers.
Your turret will suffice, but if we really want to hit the rebels where it hurts, we'll need a shipyard. In the shipyard, we can manufacture military-grade combat-ready vessels. But each shipyard can only support a limited number of ships. If we want more birds, we'll need more shipyards. Simple as that. Try building a shipyard now, and we'll have birds in the sky in no time.
Device complete.
So I'm kind of curious to see whether or not oh wow, I wasn't expecting that to get built so fast. Okay, looks like we are still short on fuel though. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. At the very least at 2.9 we're... Okay, cool. We have an energy surplus now at least. Okay, it looks like we're at 2.8. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to double up these fuel silos. I don't know if that improves the rate at which the acquisition happens, but I figure it's not a bad it's not a bad thing to have anyway. Hey Rouge Light Girl, how you doing? This is apparently the stream you watch when you get back from your hike up the... Hey, I'm really happy that you're around though, so I don't envy your... I don't envy your Odyssey, but... Okay. You know what? I think I'm going to just dismantle these fuel silos, because then I can just build a fuel turbine. That seems to be a better use of this area. So we know the fuel turbine's not going to be generating as much as it normally would. Oh yeah, we don't have the money for it. It is Immortal Velity, but we're actually starting on the tutorial part of the campaign mode. Okay, I'm going to do something a little unexpected here. We're going to request credits. And then I'm going to buy the fuel turbine. Actually, hang on. I don't need to worry about this yet. Because we're still generating a surplus. So, what that means instead is I'll put down a fuel silo here by the crevice. I can actually put down 2. So, we'll turn you into an artifact. Yeah, now I feel bad that I bought the fuel turbine. I could have used that for something else. Apparently, I haven't staffed... There we go. So So we're starting to make some progress here. I think I'm going to start dismantling the waste receptacles where I can, because I'd like to start turning this into something a little bit different. But I got to be careful that I don't block production. So the idea is to slowly transition everything into the storage facility here. There's another goal of, actually, we should have enough to upgrade the headquarters, and we're at the end of a work shift, so let's turn off work from home. Let's upgrade HQ. I am going to set up slightly better... Actually, we can wait on the storage facility because we're going to be moving the smokestack too. We can put down another fuel silo here. We do need to start preparing for the rebel attack, and we're not actually fully covered by the defense turret, so that's going to have some implications if they attack these fuel silos. I should have tried to get the shipyard faster. There's no way I'm going to be able to afford it, so... Okay, so let's take a look at some of my options. Defensive turret range is actually, I pretty much have to do that given where we're at right now. Okay, connect you. This one's gonna get connected up here. Yeah, the rest of this will sort itself out. I'm gonna want a transport hub at some point. Mostly what I'm trying to figure out is what ruins do I want to dismantle first. Because I am starting to get constrained in terms of just my ability to clear out places. And then I feel like, just given the rate at which I'm acquiring credits, I do need to start building some more office areas. So this is a pretty high priority for me to clear out. Okay, we'll put you... Another fuel silo here. Again, this is all about just generating enough fuel to keep kind of one step ahead of everything. Now, I do want to put down as many conversion capsules as I can. So these are temporary, of course, but... There's going to be some changes here. We'll dismantle the energy pylon so that I can put the... Actually, hang on. There's also an attack web. So we went for the extra range on the turret, but I also believe there was an HQ range somewhere. That's command center range. Never mind. Okay. So normally I'd go for the burrow cost, except that I've connected so many of my buildings that it doesn't really matter anymore. I'm probably going to have to build an energy plant at some point, so we might as well pick that up. And I would like to put a Gatling gun in one of my ships, but let's convert our workers first. I don't think 6 is going to cut it, to be honest. Okay, So this is a pretty high priority. Now this is a shame that it doesn't have any artifacts, so it basically means I'm sort of sitting and waiting to make all this work. Let's turn off work from home again. This is just so I can keep kind of keep afloat in terms of energy. So again, because this is going to be enabling more waste elimination. Although I guess I can keep the smokestack up. It's really just a matter of expanding the existing one. But yeah, still, I need the influence for that. What I might do is figure out with the energy pylon. So one of these needs to upgrade, but I think if we do one of these, this is gonna sting for a little bit, but let's just rip the band-aid off.
Conversion complete.
We don't have the resources yet.
Conversion complete.
Okay, I need to upgrade this one more time. So unfortunately that stops me from boosting up the defense turret, but that's life.
Complete.
Okay, so new priority with the storage facility, although I need the 4 to... What am I doing wrong here? Okay, clearly I've got too many conversion capsules, so let's... Oh no, hang on. I think this is about... Yeah, let's wait until all this runs through before I start making too many changes. Okay, so let's take our smokestack, expand the existing one. Logistics-wise, I can expand the storage facility. Eventually we're going to build a highway into this, but that's going to take a bit of effort. Now that sort of surprises and disappoints me. So I'm actually going to have to put in the upgrade for this one as well, which is going to aggravate the rebels, which is sort of the opposite of what I want to have happen, but that's life. So I kind of sit and wait so I can get some more artifacts, which I can turn into workers.
Building complete.
I guess the good news is that we are still balanced as far as power is concerned. Although that's going to change as soon as I turn this on, I think. Yep. So the easy fix there is to turn off these conversion capsules until I need them. It's nice to sort of think that I can do these mass conversions, but unless I have the artifacts to back them up, it doesn't mean anything. And obviously we only generate influence at a certain rate, so... I also want to, where I can, take out these waste receptacles. We may be able to get to the 144 we need for the better defense turret. That would be great if we could. I'm doubtful, but we'll see. The one thing I definitely need to do though is get another work from home setup. Probably will do that after I figure out the power situation. One of the biggest problems I'm going to run into here is because all of my power is being generated by these special... Oh, actually, there's one more connection I can do here. Because I'm generating so much from these special kind of fuel silos, it's less clear how much I need to keep a power plant running. So that's why we're probably going to wind up with a fuel turbine here anyway. But, you know, I'm going to need to... Basically, I'm going to need to have a think about how it's all going to work. Okay, this is fine. I'm going to have to kill one of the conversion centers again. We are so close. I just need one more upgrade on the isotope. So they just picked it up. It doesn't mean that we're it doesn't mean that we have access to it right away, but wait till I hear the magic conversion complete sound. Okay. This will almost certainly provoke the rebels into an attack, but again, I don't think we ever had a situation where we were avoiding an attack. Oh my goodness. We need you to be waste only. It's not like we're harvesting resources right now, but it's probably nice to have that option. Okay, I may upgrade to deal with the waste before I upgrade the smokestack, just because I know I have a few issues in terms of power. But I can make life a little bit easier for myself by at least putting down the fuel turbine. So, try and keep it away from the work from home setup. Problem here is there's really no good spot for the residential buildings. Like, kind of this middle area is going to be where it winds up. Actually, we're going to have another opportunity to build fuel silos here. I've got a mineral node if I need it. No word on the isotope node. Oh, there it is. Oh, man. So we can't put the... Well, no, we could put an air purifier. But yeah, it's going to be a challenge to keep my citizens breathing. How's their health, by the way? Yeah, it's starting to fall. Okay, so put the fuel turbine down. What on earth am I going to do with the power? This will actually work. Well, as soon as we refine the resources. Okay, very happy with that upgrade. We're not completely out of the woods, but most of the stuff that I've got is covered by this now. So we're, again, I'm going to need to worry about rebels, but it's not it's not a catastrophe. I will upgrade the storage. Oh, I can upgrade the smokestack as well. We'll definitely do that. We'll wait till the fuel turbine's ready. And then I think we need 200 for the... yeah. So we'll let nature take its course here.
Conversion complete.
Honestly, at this rate, I might as well just dismantle the remaining conversion centers. Like, it would be wonderful if I could have more than 32 running around, but honestly, given the fact that I've got 12 idle employees at the moment, I think I can give it a rest. Okay, we don't have a lot of cash left over, which is going to be a problem. We'll solve that by building another work from home setup. Rebel attack's imminent. Again, we're relying on a big defense turret to get us through. I'm probably going to have to turn off some stuff to make it work. Okay, starting with the energy plant. I think probably transport is the next building I build.
Your city is built on lies and corruption. Only fire will cleanse it now.
Okay, that's a good spot for them to be coming after me from. Oh, new combat music. You know what? I'm gonna disable the call to arms. I just need a little more time. Need to make sure that I make the most of the available power.
Next time, I won't go so easy on you, Founder.
Okay, so, few things. I need to, so we're good for the energy plant. I clearly dropped the ball as far as isotopes go. So we're going to need to get some more of those. I think at this point I just give up the tier 3s. Doing well for fuel. In fact, I may just upgrade the energy plant to take advantage of that. And hopefully we'll start making some progress on the waste as well. So, again, just a reminder, the long-term plan on this... Actually, I can start getting rid of the fuel fabricator. The long-term plan, of course, is to get, get my... get more employees working. Get more citizens and, more employees as well. But the other thing I want to do is slowly start moving the waste out of my other buildings and into that storage facility. So this is going to be kind of a long-run goal. I'm definitely going to take advantage of the space that's created by getting rid of these generators. Yeah, in this case, I'm just sort of waiting for the... I'm waiting for the isotopes to become... Or, sorry, the influence to become available so I can grab a nice big isotopes patch. I will also eventually clear out these ruins, especially because they'll give me access to some more fuel and such. But, again, one thing at a time. I may actually wind up making my residential area down here by all these ruin monuments, because even if this fuel turbine's kind of causing us some grief... Actually, it would be better for me to build the fuel turbine here, so then I just generate the... oh man, these would actually be really good. Yeah, so this is a longer term transition, but I'm absolutely going to build the fuel turbine over here. Okay, against my better judgment, I am going to upgrade this energy plant. Like I said, long-term plan is to just slowly transition the garbage into the proper storage area. There we go. I'm gonna get really bold on this actually, and we switch this thing on. So we're gonna see our number go down by a lot in terms of the fuel generated, but I think with these fuel silos we should actually see... I don't think this should be enough to take them out. But we are at 45 now, so let's claim this patch, get someone to work on it. And next up, I build the last of the magnum opus. Now, I'll be interested to see if this number goes from 22 to 23 or 22 to 21. If it goes to 21, I'm in trouble. But you can sort of see how the plan's coming together here. We, through the process of building these, the waste gets moved into this storage. And then burned. So the next goal, actually it's twofold. So there's going to be... Okay, so we are losing fuel. So I've got a little bit of an escape for that. We're going to clear out these ruins for starters. So that's going to give me 2 more sources for fuel extraction. Unfortunately, no, actually, we got a couple more here.
Device complete. Device complete.
Does mean I need to wait on the isotopes, though. So actually, I'm going to make my life a little bit easier here, and I'm going to disable the Tier 3 isotope generation. One thing I could do to make life a little bit easier as well would be to just disable some of those power floors, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, fuel silo here. So what I really want to see is whether or not I'm able to get the balance back. That's going to come through a few methods, but for starters, this allows me to get some basic resources as well. Okay, where are we? This is kind of the last option that I have. Then we might want to sit down and have a think. Oh, actually, fuel requirement would have been the smarter one for me to go for. That's fine. Again, I'm playing this in kind of a weird way, but I'm learning something. This is one of the starting bonuses that I actually really struggled with. So I like doing stuff like this because it gives me a chance to understand the game a bit better. It's also worth remembering why I'm getting these isotope patches. It's specifically so I can build more factories so I can do this work from home thing. In fact, I'm going to delete all of these. Now, I wasn't originally going to do it this way, but this seems... There's a couple things I could have done differently, but... This will be my new work from home setup. And we put down a fuel turbine here. We can clear out this area. So basically the fuel turbines are going to go down like this. Probably either like this or like this. I guess it doesn't really matter. I'd slightly prefer... Ooh, actually I don't have a way to get the road out of here, so I may have to move this energy pylon. Yeah, I'll figure it out later. Okay, connect you. I can make a bunch of these work from home subs. I can also upgrade them, but upgrading them would be a waste of resources right now. One of the bigger blockers are these isotope patches, but we'll try and work around it. Oh my god, not engaged. That was a big boo-boo. Fuel silo. So once this is connected, I just switch over to the tier 2 and we build the work from home setup from here. It's kind of good I've got a lot of fuel stored because clearly this is a huge waste of resources right now. Okay. As long as we don't make the rebels too mad, though, I can sort of afford to make mistakes like that. Okay, we need 36 on the tier 2. So this is one of the reasons why I built this extended, not work from home, production hub. This is why I built one of these sort of extended areas so I can have, my god, I forgot to give you staff. Basically so that we could get the rate up in terms of the tier 2 stuff we were building. I did, however, blow it by not specifying what types of resources should go in here. It's going to take a while to process, but that's life. Okay, what are we looking at here? Okay, they're at 37, so we're starting to lose the citizens. We knew that was going to happen. We just need the influence to be able to replace them. But the good news is we will have a lot of cash. So like right now, actually, where we're at right now, I'm going to be losing money. But once we build the new setup, we should be able to just bring in a ton of new people. And as you can see, we're generating more power than what we know what to do with. So I'm not too fussed about that. I should keep an eye on my fuel storage. So we're at 17. I suspect we're probably enough to stay above water, but it's good to keep an eye on this. And in the end, I'm still going to build fuel silos all over the place. Okay, so we got room for 36 people. So as you can see, we're doing really well with the minerals. This would normally be an indicator that I should be building the shipyard. The problem is because the shipyard costs 5k and because I've been neglecting my citizens, I'm sort of in this lack of equilibrium. So this is a little bit like what we were talking about in terms of people saying that the game is very slow. This would be a great example of how, given the way one plays the game, you can run into these perceptions of slowness. And in this case, I don't attribute this to the game. I attribute this to how I was playing. And in a few particular cases here, I'm actually relying a bit on some habits that I've built by having a lot of employees early on. And of course, if you don't have those employees early on, all of a sudden it's just taking longer to do things than you might expect. And it has very little to do, in my opinion at least, has very little to do with how the game is structured. It's a lot more to do with sort of the assumptions that you're making going in, just about how you're going to sort of run everything with your Citicorp. Now again, some might disagree. Like some might say, well, it's kind of we want the game to be clear in terms of how, what I need to do, or I should just be able to build whatever city I want and not have to worry about these things. And in the end, these kind of come down to questions in terms of what people are expecting going in. But for my part, I do sort of enjoy the challenge. Like where I could if given my choice, I would actually like to basically have a constant stream of employees until it tells me. Actually, there is one thing I can do here. I'm just going to do this old trick again. I wonder. I don't really have the artifacts for it, but... Okay, Yeah, so the one thing I'm a little worried about is the, like, I'm still not drowning in credits with 36 citizens. And obviously adding more employees is going to lower the rate at which I'm earning credits. However, I think it's easier for me to earn more, like just bring in more employees. So I'll run with it. Now, if I'm still losing fuel after these upgrades, I'm in trouble because I don't have any other places that I can do the silos with. I can, however, move this turbine over here and enable these Zethane generators, which is probably going to be what I do, but it is going to cost me a lot of influence. Okay, now, against my better judgment, we're going to get these conversions in. I'll try and find the tastiest artifact extractions to do first. A lot of this is really just focused on making sure that the waste is being dealt with. Okay, so we're at 22. That should be going up to 23, but we'll see. So yeah, we're definitely strapped for influence. As long as we pay the employees, I'll be happy. Because like I said, we can always generate more, we can always generate more workspaces. Okay, so payday worked. So we get 3 artifacts, okay. Which is good, because actually I don't need that many. Actually, we are now at the cap. So I'm going to build another work from home setup. We'll have to clear out this isotopes patch first. Yeah, there's going to be a couple pushes and pulls for making all of this work. But we are going to wait on the influence for now. Alright, this is the sort of thing I want to see. Now, 25 is pretty excessive. So I'm a little worried about that. But one thing I can do to make life a bit easier is we should be able to turn on the isotope processors. So again, I gotta wait till we're up to influence 40. Now, one thing I am gonna do is I am gonna claim these ruin monuments when I can. But the biggest reason why I'm doing these upgrades right now, one, I want to upgrade the storage facility, and then the other thing is I want to upgrade the smokestack. That'll be something I kind of do in between while I wait for the resources I need. Oh, we're out here at 3 hours. I'm going to spend a little bit longer on this. Right now I need need to wait till we're at 90 for the smokestack. How you doing, Snowball? 1,717th of your name. Yeah, so, I mean, there's a couple of options that I have. I'm waiting for this isotope patch for two reasons. One, it's a really great spot for this other factory. And the plan is that I'm going to build a transport hub. And the roads are basically going to go in between all the different factories. Now, at some point, I'm going to build sort of like proper residential and office buildings. But to do that, I need quite a few more credits than I'm actually generating. So part of this is just about laying down the foundations for the next little while. This is also why I'm on speed 3. I don't normally do that, but like I said, the original sin was relying on employees that I've gotten used to having but don't actually have. Okay, the small Gatling gun is very tempting because we're about to build some ships. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for the Gatling gun. Okay, we're still losing citizens. Do roads occupy a full block? Yes. I don't have the transport hub built yet, but essentially it'll cost 20 mineral CUs. I normally like building them with tier 3s. And essentially it's like having a building on that area. So the idea here is going to be that there's like a transport hub here. You can drive trucks through the transport hub, so it's probably not best to think of them as a road, but for the purpose of this discussion, that's how we're going to think about them. But basically the idea here is I'm eventually going to have a road that sort of runs through like this. Now this is all temporary, so it's not actually all that important for me to build it that way, and this is unforgivable, so I should probably be actually, you know what? I have the resource. Okay, actually, sorry. This should not be nearly as hard as I think it is. So move that up. Clear you out. But yeah, like I said, a lot of this is temporary, but the idea is that basically I'm just going to build a roadway that's touching all of the buildings that are going to generate some kind of waste so that eventually they can wind up in the smokestack. So it's nice to have a little bit of space in between things. So one of the things I was eventually going to do with the headquarters was build some storage here. I may still do that because we're still getting short in terms of minerals. But the thing that makes it unattractive is that I don't actually have a roadway to the headquarters. I have a roadway sort of to everything surrounded by the headquarters. So if I can, it would be nice to come up with a slightly better organization. Also, because of these obsidian ruins, what I probably should be doing is taking this turret and moving it over here. But how I'm going to wind up with 80 influence in time is a whole other question. Okay. So it's going to take them a while to work on the isotopes patch. I do want to eventually move this fuel turbine over, so I think let's at least build the basics here. Part of that's just to get the kind of the minerals cycled. I definitely would have built this differently if I'd been thinking, but I wasn't, so I'm sort of paying for that. And I guess one thing I can do, well, I mean, it's not really going to move the needle, but I'll put the factory down here, I suppose. So we'll wait for the 20 influence to take down these ruins. Again, this is because I can change these inert ruins into zethane generators, which is better to have. So basically just having the fuel turbine touching all these zethane generators in the sinkhole rather than on this side Makes life a little bit easier, and it also takes the thing that lowers the habitability or livability, moves it away, so it's kind of a win-win. Of course, I am going to need to actually activate these things, but... Hello, Joshy Man. How you doing? Yeah, Wolfie. I mean, it's kind of interesting because there are some maps that they added which... So one of the things I will say, I'm almost certain the level generation will start you off with an inert ruin within your initial zone originally. And again, I'm partly just paying for assuming that I had a bunch of employees at the start, which I didn't. Now I have too many. Obviously, I've got 19 sitting around doing absolutely nothing. But I generally like to be in that place because it allows me to sort of ignore the priority list. Let's upgrade. I'm sure that's going to annoy the rebels, but I've got a lot of waste that I need to work through, so... but yeah, so, like, to be honest, I wasn't really thinking about this Obsidian Ruins at the start, because the usual plan that I do is sort of the initial kind of area of control at the start. But, as it turns out, I can sort of free up 2 tiles, which would be good for transport block, if I can get the Obsidian Ruins here. The catch is that I also want to be building more factories so that I can get my my rate up, because like right now I'm treading water. I'm actually slightly worse in terms of the money I'm earning just because I built too many employees. The good news though is that because I don't need to build any more employees, I can just buy the buildings and you know, they can try and sue me. So let's start with the transport hub. Oh, we're not laying people off here. The only problem with this approach is that this obviously is not going to let me build the shipyard. I'm going to need that shipyard for Wave 2 because, like, we're expecting a lot from this defense turret, and eventually they are going to attack me in a weak spot. I really like the vocals that they've added on the soundtrack here. Oh, sorry, Ed the Mad, I didn't see this. So can people unload on road or on diagonal, or does it need to be in cardinal directions? That's a really good question. The way that the... so when I take a look at how the... when I take a look at how the roads... Like, the way the art works for them, it's in the cardinal directions. But just because it looks that way doesn't mean it acts that way. Like, you'll notice that the workers go along diagonals. I do believe, though, that trucks actually do... I believe the trucks actually do... like, don't go along the diagonals. I don't really need to build too much in terms of a roadway yet, so I'll... Well, there are some basics that I can get down. Like, we're drowning in minerals here, so... So I'll wait for the 20 to get these ruins. Eventually we'll make our way out to here. We don't really need to worry about all of this until we actually have the factory up and running. What else do I want to buy with 1,000? Energy depot wouldn't be a bad idea. Possibly a science lab, or maybe we start... Well, we've already got the command center. Maybe we make an early run... well, early, quote-unquote, run for the residential and office buildings. Okay, so, now we're going to move the fuel turbine over. So to answer the question about the roads, it's Like one of the things you'll notice that there's kind of the little garage that you can see, and then not true for this diagonal here. So, like I said, I feel a little weird saying that just because I do know that there was actually if you look at the patch notes there, you can tell the specific moment in which workers did start moving along diagonals. And in the end, I believe the way that workers work in this game is that effectively they like transform into a truck in the background to sort of move things through. So it's a little funny to... Apparently I've got another 1,000, so let's get that office down too. So yeah, it's a little weird for me to say that they don't move along diagonals, but again, I'm just kind of relying on the visuals here, and I would guess the worker behavior and the vehicle behavior are different in that regard. I mean, I would have liked it. I mean, given the fact that the employees, so if you go to the codex and we describe devices. Conversion capsule. Converting citizens into low-wage, always obedient employees is an unpleasant business, so thank goodness for the conversion capsules, which do the dirty work for you. And you can even get your new employees to empty the waste produced in the process. And then conversion, a process that turns citizens into efficient and useful employees. There are some side effects, and not everyone is on board with conversion, but they usually change their minds after they've been through it themselves. The Council assures all who question that ethical problems posed by the process are greatly exaggerated. So, you know, the insides go on the outside, and we turn them into efficient workers. So given the fact that they're part machine already, I'd like to see the little, you know, I'd like to see the Transformers transformation happen. All right. So we'll be able to disable this fuel turbine. Actually, I can probably disable it now, if I'm completely honest. This is one of the cases where the increase in terms of isotopes has kind of hurt us, just because it takes longer for this patch to get cleared out, and obviously we want to improve the number of employees that we have. But again, that's life. I think probably this isotopes patch is the next thing I want to work on, just because, again, that's a bit of a bottleneck for us. The long-term solution, of course, is to expand out to this area. We may even want to consider that. I should have done the 9. That was dumb of me. Yeah, you know what? I'm not really gaining anything by sitting on my hands like this, so let's put down the command center. Yep, that works. It's better if I can have a roadway to like help with the speed, but again, because we've got so many workers that are sitting idle, actually, I'm gonna claim this one just because it lets me build more roadways. I feel bad because I really should have let this isotope patch work. The other slightly more clever thing to do for isotopes would actually be to build a mine here, because mines would allow me to work these patches a lot faster. The catch is that the mine's going to be blowing pollution right over these work-from-home setups, so that's why I'm not doing it that way. Also, I don't know why I said this isotopes patch was a priority, because clearly that's nowhere near where the road needs to be. I'm also curious if this fuel turbine is actually necessary. So if I turn this off, we're at 23k right now. So a road on a diagonal to a place is not useful. That is my understanding. Now it's worth, the one thing I will say, it is worth remembering if you're, or distinguishing, I should say, between buildings, which I think is what most people will consider roads for, roads will also be used to move materials. So for instance, building this command center here, if I had a road, presumably the resources would have been transported faster. Likewise, if I have a road to the isotopes patch, that winds up in my network a bit faster. So it's probably better to think along the lines of activities rather than buildings. But yes, keeping in mind that, you know, I'm not the one who made it, so I couldn't speak with the level of authority of, say, like Dakota, who's in the Brace Yourself Discord. I do not believe that a truck would work on a diagonal. Okay, let's start by... I mean, surveying ruins is more busy work for my people right now. I don't even have the mine building. And the question here really is, do I want to save up the influence to be able to clear out these patches? Or do I... you know, or do I go for the mine right now, or do we go for something else? One complicating factor here is the fact that I do now have the residential and office buildings, so in theory I should actually be expanding this out into a proper, you know, like residential area. In fact, livability, other than the fact it's not close to headquarters, seems like a decent enough place to be. Okay, so we do need to turn on the fuel turbine. So I'm thinking what we do here... I mean, the people in the residence here are going to hate me. But, you know, like residence, office, residence... Maybe an extra space for like a hospital and a... I just want to make sure I have a roadway open. So yeah, that gives me an excuse to work this isotopes patch. Okay, I'm getting some ideas now. And then I suppose the next question is, what is the argument for me not keeping, right, like, why would I not use this as an office or residence? So residence, office. Oh yeah, actually, okay, so if we do residence, office, residence, we can still run the road this way. It is maybe slightly undesirable because it's beside the council hall, but maybe I just don't worry that much about what my whiny citizens want. That's going to take a little bit of fancy footwork to manage. But I think overall I like this idea. Okay, tech-wise, got the Gatling gun, got the turret range. I'm definitely not using the artifacts for people. Okay, the turret clip is pretty tempting. So is the office power, though. Okay, so one here, one here. I think we're going to need the office power before the clip. Limiting waste generation would be good, but not the most important. Command center range is definitely something that I want. I may not hang on to the pollution from fire. Yeah, so I mean, it would be nice to have sort of the habitability and all of that up, but I think I'll worry about that later. What is important, though, is that we have cleared out this isotopes region. So let's get our factory down. This is more temporary than anything, I think, but... And actually, the more I think of it, so if I clear out these ruins in this mineral patch, we can just keep everything together. So, I don't know. I'm still going to clear out this isotopes patch just because I need isotopes and this is in my way. But clearly... It's actually... So this is the most interesting thing about the changes brought on by the release. So, because the probability of having artifacts in a ruin has increased, this is actually less to do with Industries of Titan and more about how I specifically play it. For the longest time, I would decide between a ruin... I decide between salvaging and extracting a ruin basically by, if there is an artifact there, I will extract it. And if there is a resource there, I will salvage it. And I don't know if this change was made specifically to change that kind of behavior, but you can see the consequence here, right? This is the first time that I've actually worked through all of my Tier 1 resources, which says to me that I probably... So, I mean, I don't know, like later on with the Council favor, being able to reduce the cost of patches will probably help me out in terms of the extraction. But I suspect some of the ways that my play is going to change now that 1.0 has come out. I have a feeling that probably I'm going to build more mines to work these mineral patches, and I'll probably use more salvage for ruins that are... so I'll probably use more salvage options for the ruins that are maybe only have one artifact on them. In either case, though, we are going to continue to work the patches. This is partly just because I want to keep the isotope node as pristine as possible. I do want to eventually clear out this whole area, but we have a few other options available to us. Like, so for instance, I can upgrade like these work from home buildings. We're sitting on a lot of isotopes right now. Actually, you know what? I am going to do that. Although we're in a work shift, so I don't know why I want to shut down these buildings right now. But as a temporary measure while we're cleaning all of this out, I think I'm just going to upgrade these buildings so that we can kind of plug more people in, earn a little bit more money, and then we will replace them with proper office and... oh, wow. Okay, this is going to sting. It had to be done. But yeah, once the work shift's over, I'll upgrade these, keeping in mind that I'm actually going to wind up giving up a lot of Tier 3 minerals. Actually, yeah. I gotta think more carefully about this. So, we are gonna have to build down another mineral node. Of course, that means that I am actually gonna have to make some hard decisions as far as how I'm getting these minerals. Okay, so here's how we're gonna do this. We're definitely buying a mine. 88 in terms of power. So we'll upgrade this command center to make sure. So basically this is kind of securing my mineral and isotope access. I'm going to need to build a road network. So what's probably going to happen here is I'm going to have to move this energy pylon. Now, this is a fairly complicated move for the simple reason that I actually need to keep this energy pylon in my, like, in the general area. So I think probably, it's ugly, but I'm going to put it down here and, oh, that may not be enough actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 3 and 3, so... Okay, it just tickles the edge where it needs to go. But I am actually doing a full upgrade on the energy pylon, which is not my idea of a good time. But, I don't know, it's what I got, so... But I think as some intermediate moves, I'm going to start clearing out these single, like basically the resource-focused mineral and isotope areas, just because, again, we're feeling the pinch. As far as other things, Energy Depot probably wouldn't be a terrible idea at this point, but... Yeah, why not? Okay, so we need to upgrade you. We'll eventually dismantle this one. And again, just a reminder, this is so that I can run a roadway to the mineral node when the time comes. Get them surveying while we upgrade the command center. So minerals are not my highest priority right now, but I do want to clear this out just so I have the option.
Survey complete. Survey complete. Survey complete.
Again, I'm not worried about the fact that I'm failing to pay the salary just because I have too many workers right now. And yeah, I'm going to leave the upgrades to this area. Actually, building the... Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm dumb twice over. So, I didn't need to build it this way. And number two, this would have been sufficient. So, they'll dismantle this. I'm still going to have to... Yeah, I'm still going to have to upgrade this. I think only once, though. So in terms of spots that I want to clear out, so we've got these ruins up here. These level 2 here. Okay, there aren't actually really, other than the patches, there's not as much as I thought on the ground waiting for me to pick up. Oh, this one here. And then of course the obsidian ruins, but those are harder for me to get in general, so I'll leave those aside for now. Okay, let's see what else we can pick up. So, I mean, lots of opportunities for artifacts and such. This is one of the reasons why, if I could, I kind of want to push these ruin monuments, because that's going to keep, like, I'm going to be drowning in influence then. And I don't think it's going to be that hard for me to be able to upgrade the fuel turbine and the energy plant and such. In fact, arguably I could do that now, but I am kind of on my last batch of isotopes, so I might want to be careful about that. Still, not a bad thing to do once I clear out these ruins.
Survey complete. Survey complete.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess the question is, at what point do I build the residence and office, because the threat level's not going to get any lower. Actually, that's... I already have an answer for that. Now is the time to build that, because we're on a leisure cycle. That also suggests I should probably be clearing all this out, but let's not even worry about that right now. Let's just get a residence and an office down here. Actually, the other thing I'm going to do is... This is going to sting, but we're going to upgrade you and upgrade you. So we're still at 99. Nice thing about having a overly large workforce. Okay. So this wasn't originally where I was planning on putting this, but I will live with it. Waste is looking good. So you can kind of see the advantage of the truck here. One thing I should have done was actually bought a bunch more trucks when I was about to fail to pay my workers. Yeah, so the threat level, I don't know if you've ever played... So if you, for those of you who've played the game to the end, you'll know that there's like that net worth at the end of the screen. If not, when you beat a level... you have a net worth report for you. And essentially the Revel threat meter is measuring your net worth over time. So there are things that will raise as well as lower your net worth. For instance, if you have lots of pollution and a lot of waste, that will actually lower your net worth. Time raises your net worth. Upgrading buildings does that as well. So essentially what you saw here was there were a bunch of valuable resources that I had that effectively I destroyed by dismantling them. And what happens, you'll notice that all these like minerals and isotopes don't go back into my storage right away. They actually just lie there on the ground. So one of the things you'll notice is once I start upgrading these, you're going to see the Rebel threat level go up again. But one of the things you can actually do if you feel like you're not going to be able to handle what comes after you, one of the things you can actually wind up doing, like if let's say you have a lot of artifacts, is to dump a bunch of artifacts into something like the tech web. That'll actually cause your threat level to go down quite noticeably. So again, I'm kind of floundering a bit in terms of this playthrough, so I'm not that worried about the rebels right now. But it is something I kind of want to keep an eye on. This is going to take a while for us to get the other residents set up, but that's fine, because offices will support twice as many workers as residences. So what I can do here is I can actually upgrade this residential building, which again is going to raise the threat level, so I may have some feelings about that. But that's a pretty easy way for me to get out of the problem. We at least have some tier 1s to work with, so that's given me a little bit of breathing room. I think I am going to start with we got space for 34. I think I am going to start with a tier 2, even though that is going to raise the threat level. I need to think of a couple of things. So one, I got to think about where I want to put the shipyard, because it's actually quite crowded, and I'm going to need to figure out where all... like, I actually need to clear out this space to be able to put the shipyard down. After that, I am going to need to sort of figure out where the money's coming from. Okay, so we will connect you. What else? I guess I can put down a road here. Yeah, we'll let this run. So what's going to be interesting, so it's at 68 now, we're going to see the connection shouldn't do much, but this upgrade should cause it to jump up quite a bit. We'll see if I'm right. Eh, 2% actually isn't that bad. So we can have up to 52 new workers. We're actually at the start of a workday, so 20 will get me 1820, so let's say I double that. It's still not earning a ton. We're still basically about 1,000 over. So basically I need to either be earning 5,000 a day so that I can buy the shipyard outright, or I do actually need to start like really thinking about how I generate a surplus. I don't think it's realistic to think that I'm going to be generating 5,000 a day for a while. What are we looking at in the tech one? I know I unlocked some stuff. Command center range. Yeah, why not? Okay, we'll clear out these ruins first, then the mineral patch. See, I've got 68 jobs in total. One of the other things I can do is expand these fuel silos, but I'd feel a little bit better about that after building the shipyard. Okay, now one thing I can do, like you'll notice that I'm running into these storage problems, and this is basically, so eventually what's going to happen is I'm going to have a mine and and like a factory set up and all of that, so I can at least try and think about what shape that's going to take. The wind's blowing like this. Now I don't think I'm going to have any residential areas or anything like that, but let's say the best spot for the mine would be here, but I can't get a road to it. Like, this crevice is in the way. The only way I could really get a road to it would be... actually, there may not be any way of getting a road to it. So my next best is probably something like this or like this. Ideally something like this, but artifact patches are expensive, so I may not be able to get it in time. So then we do, say, a factory there. Probably the road goes here, so... Okay, so if I do mine, factory, storage, mine, factory, road, so storage up here, sure. This wasn't exactly how I wanted to spend that, but I at least get to... So one of the things I want to do is actually just put down some infrastructure where I'm going to be able to store surplus isotopes. It's kind of going to suck here because... like, it's not connected to a road network or anything like that, but again, I've got a bunch of idle employees, so the impact isn't quite as bad as it would be in other circumstances. Okay, let's think about other buildings that I can... Actually, no, I don't need to think about the buildings because I have a surplus at the end of the day. So there's an equivalent decision that I'll need to make about the mineral node as well. So we don't need to generate Zethane, so that's going to get buzzed down at some point. Wait till we have 24. Now, one thing I can do to get the influence is trade the artifacts, but you notice that the council will gladly take your artifacts. They won't give you artifacts. So generally I like to hang on to those. Yeah, sorry, I did say I was going to build out my my reserves. Okay, I'm going to want this area for fuel silos, but I'm thinking for a shipyard, maybe we do... Ah, this is complicated. So I need to make sure that I can get a road to it. I need to make sure that there's enough space. Okay, so we're not going to use this for Zethane. So this works fine. It's kind of funny, if you look at it at this distance, they're just sliding along, but when you zoom in, they get their animations. Okay. It's not exactly elegant, but I'll at least put down the residential area here. I suppose I did threaten that I was going to put a command center here so that I could improve my influence generation. Do I want to hold to that? Let's clear out the mineral patches first. Index Gnome, how are you doing? Okay, so you're here for isotopes. Hopefully overflow isotopes. It's the equivalent I would do for... Okay, I actually want to activate this one when I can. Mine factory storage, let's say. Again, that's just intended to be overflow, so... Not sure if this is quite the smartest thing for me to do, but I'm gonna run with it. But yeah, so I think what I'll do here is I'll start clearing out this minerals patch, then I'll take the ruins, then this minerals patch, because I do eventually want to have a road to the residences. And if I really want to, I can actually do more offices and residences here. The only thing is the fuel turbine makes it kind of miserable to live there. Like I said, who are they going to complain to? I'm really, like I said, I'm actually really intrigued at how version 1 has completely upset the way that I used to play this. I do apologize for some of the extended waits, but this is a fun little race that I'm in now to see whether or not I'm actually going to be able to get the shipyard on time. If I don't, like, it's not the end of the world. The defensive turret's going to be able to handle most of the stuff that's coming after us. But yeah, I'm thinking 10 influence so that we can claim the ruin monuments. That'll hopefully that'll hopefully put us in the running for better influence. Also, it's just nice to have access to so much territory all at once.
Extraction complete.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure upgrading the command center is gonna sort of push the rebels over the edge. So the Ruin Monument is very costly. So in this case here, 50 influence, and then of course it'll cost, like 64 is not trivial as far as an energy cost. And as you can see, very high mineral and isotope CU. So it's an investment. But of course it's the one that should hopefully enable a lot more activity for me as well. The one thing we know that's not going to happen though is I am not going to move the turret into the Obsidian Ruins in time. The funny thing is, I also think we're going to be in trouble if... Well, we'll figure it out. I don't know if I want to dismantle or try to burrow the storage facilities if the rebels do actually wind up attacking them. Should probably sort out power for this thing reasonably soon. It's actually not that hard. We'll just claim these ruins. It's also nice because it gives me minerals and isotopes. How you doing, Decree? I was very appreciative of your comment on the video for this on Steam. I also have some friends in Vancouver who... They haven't seen me since the last time I went to Vancouver, so it's about 2 years now. And they're actually quite happy to hear me, so... I wasn't expecting that to be the outcome, but I'm happy that it was. Okay, I should have been paying attention to the residential, so... change you... So the nice thing about this is that even though it's been lumpy in terms of development, we have basically converted all of the Tier 1 materials that we have access to into Tier 3 at a pretty decent rate. So is this the way I would have wanted to do things, you know, writ large? No, not really. Is this manageable? Like, is this something that I can recover? Absolutely. So for instance, if you take a look at where we're at right now, at the end of the day, we're going to be up to 3,611, so I can probably burrow if I need to. But more importantly, I'm going to be able to build that shipyard in time for the third Rebel wave, which is where there's more than one ship that arrives. And then... Okay. We're obviously going to be able to work our way to the Ruin Monuments. This is the sort of thing, incidentally, that I would be willing to trade artifacts for, because we're nice and early in the playthrough, so, you know, it would actually not be a bad idea for me to pursue these Ruin Monuments at some point. Let's not worry about those quite yet, though. And honestly, the biggest argument for the Ruin Monuments is just so that I can access...
is guided by the hand of righteousness, Founder. Nothing guides your counsel but greed.
Okay, so they're coming from the right, so this storage facility or this command center could be in danger. Actually, I think I'm just going to dismantle this preemptively. Okay, we don't need to worry about that now. I am really liking the changes to the soundtrack here. Okay, I'm thinking we're in a good place now. Should keep an eye on the fuel. It says 27 here, but if that number is going down to 26 at some point, I should pay attention. Okay, so this is an important one. We can buy the shipyard now.
Mark my words. I will destroy you next time, Founder.
Okay, so our much belated shipyard is on the way. So let's clear out the inert ruin for a start. It does still make sense for it to fit here. So basically, fuel, shipyard, still room for a roadway. So again, the importance here of getting the shipyard down before Wave 3 is the simple fact that it's Wave 3 has more than one ship, so there is the possibility that we'd be able to sort of fend them off, but the danger, of course, is that like one of the spare ships sort of attacks a really important area. Now, the more difficult problem for me to deal with is, do I want to run for one of these ruin monuments right away? Or do I want to kind of earn it? That's a pretty meaningful energy cost, so maybe we... okay, this can eventually be dismantled into a factory near the isotope node, and I don't know, but we're really not ready for that yet. Where would I put another power plant? This would be good if it didn't have an obsidian ruin in the way. Because again, we're trying to get to 50. You know what? It just makes sense. The ability to generate influence faster is kind of a no-brainer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the roadway to the shipyard first.
Excellent. The shipyard is complete, Founder. We are one step closer to defending ourselves against hostile forces. Let's head inside and pick a hull. No time like the present.
Well, let's give me a minute on that, Alexa. I gotta get some power too. I'm kind of lucky that I've got a pretty decent stack of minerals, so I'm still going to be able to build ships. Isotopes are another story. It's probably the biggest reason why I want to have these monuments taken care of. Probably going to wind up upgrading this before too long, but again, I need to find a source of isotopes before I do any of that. Okay, you can see a big jump in terms of the threat level based on the monument center getting built. So I don't have the option of building the second one until I have the energy plant up, but again, 3 influence per minute, considerable improvement in terms of my ability to access influence, so that will eventually feed into itself. In fact, let's get the rest of the low-hanging fruit as far as raw resources are concerned. Although honestly, at this point, I think it makes as much sense to just get the isotope node up and running.
Salvage complete. Salvage complete.
Second that gets converted into a tier 2, I need to jump on it.
Salvage complete.
Oh, did they snatch it up right away? I'm curious. Looks like it. Alright. I don't need to get too silly about this. I don't know which of these two makes more sense. Yes, I do. So you get upgraded to a tier 3. No, that still doesn't work. I still want to upgrade that to a tier 3 for this monument, but... now, one thing I'm thinking of, I might kind of go for the ruin, or I would, but I don't have the isotopes, so that doesn't work. So we're back to the old trick. Just grab whatever free resources are available before we set up on the isotope node.
Building complete. Salvage complete. Salvage complete.
Where else can I get isotopes? think as far as ruins are... No, not quite. So 30, 50... Possibly these. I'm gonna leave that aside for now. 60, 70, 80. God, they're everywhere. Okay. Good to know. Again, the priority right now is just getting the most. Gets me isotopes too, so we'll take it. So I'm actually going to take a hit to my energy for a little bit. Oh, hang on. We were at 27 before, I believe, so I think we're leaking fuel. I'm still going to work towards... where are we? I think we're going to be at the 144. Yeah, we just hit it. So... so essentially the logic here, I'm going to run into kind of a deficit for the energy, but that's essentially because I'm going to be able to build an energy plant reasonably quickly off of the influence that I get from the monument. So, let's think about next steps. So I either need the 20 and whatever I get from the obsidian ruins, or I need to find a new location to build the plant. I think a plant can work here. It also gives me precious artifacts. So we'll keep an eye on this. If this goes down to 25, I'll know for sure. I suspect it will because of what's going to happen with the energy plant. Now I've got a little bit of an edge that I can bring in just by activating these inert ruins. I'm going to worry about these two first. I am kind of under the gun to deliver. Yeah, actually I'm really short on isotopes. So this will have to do. I've also got a lot of cash, so we can pick up the... I should be putting that towards a better ship, to be honest, but we've got some time before the next threat. So we'll wait for the 10 again here. Oh, that's upsetting. I was building that with tier 2s, not tier 3s. So unfortunately, because they moved all the isotopes there, they're going to have to move it back before that's going to work. Okay, again, grabbing the precious isotopes where I can. It does give me a little bit of a breather. I still need the tier 2 to connect this, but... What else? Waste generation. I don't hate it, but let's research the weaponry first. I'm going to leave the tech web alone until I have a clearer idea of what I'm going to need artifact-wise.
Salvage complete.
Okay, we've got enough to build the ruin monument, but I want to connect the energy plant first. Okay, now we're ready to do this using tier 3s across the board. So there's going to be a little bit of a race because I want to get this energy plant upgraded. I'm not going to be able to upgrade the fuel turbine off of this. I am going to be able to build the fuel silos. Fuel silos might actually be enough. Anyways, though, I need to make sure that I can power this monument center. I can turn off the shipyard in a pinch, but the other thing is this is going to be enabling the additional residential areas and such as well. So, what on earth was that sound? Okay. I am happy at the rate at which we're getting the influence. Unfortunately, it does have... I don't know. There's still a lot that I need to do with all of this, so still need to work out my priorities. The biggest one is that I still need to get isotopes. Because I can't really build the fuel silos without them. Anyways, let's do one last pass for the easy to get isotopes. I feel like I've got... yeah. I feel like I got something I can work with here. And then obviously, like, the tons of patches I wanna work on as well, but
Salvage complete.
okay, is that really the last of them? Oh, is it? Normally I don't hear that, but again, it's version 1.0, so there's definitely stuff that's been added to the game that I wasn't expecting. It's actually... I think it's kind of nice, because I don't normally expect this out of an early access game. I don't play a lot of early access, but when I do, my expectation usually is that I'm going to be very familiar with the game, and that it's almost like playing 1.0 is a bit of a formality. Whereas here, we haven't really been seeing any of the extra logs because we're still technically in the tutorial. I've just been really dragging my feet on doing the last step. But like, I kind of knew in the back of my head that there would be more music. And yet, I'm delighted for particularly the vocal tracks. And then the, just a few other little things like, oh god. See, the isotopes far away are better than the close ones, but I probably should be working with the close ones. I don't like that I'm doing this, but I am going to upgrade the energy plant. No, they don't have... No, they have enough space for it. What was I going to say? But yeah, so like the addition of the logs as well. Basically, what's been nice about this is the fact that even after playing this for a couple of years, there's like something new. There's a tutorial, haven't you been... Yeah, just the thing is that because it's version 1.0 of the game and like they've added the voice acting and stuff like that, it would be kind of nice to just hear all of that. So I accidentally skipped a couple of them, but overall, I don't know. I like the idea of kind of having the full experience. Okay, so I want to try and put these fuel silos down where I can. I suspect this won't be enough, but I'll at least give myself sort of a fighting chance with these ruins. For those of you not clear on what I'm doing here, I've got this special start where, I don't even think it explains it here, but like basically the special start that I have, if I build a fuel silo beside a crevice, and only crevices, so sinkholes and cracks don't seem to affect this, but basically having a fuel silo adjacent to a crevice, it automatically starts filling up. So this is why I've basically been able to have a negative fuel but still have my storage go up. Now I'm really testing that by building 2 sort of fully upgraded energy plants. And then obviously if I can, it would be nice to move the fuel turbine up as well. But what I want to see here is, am I able to sort of get away with a little bit more on by building these fuel silos? Actually, I'm in a decent enough spot that I think we can request some isotopes. And then we can donate credits. It's a slightly better trade-off in my opinion. Okay, so one more fuel silo here. Once we're up to 30 on our influence, we can claim this one. These are going to be a little bit harder to get my hands on, but I'll work with what I got. God, this is taking forever. It's probably because I'm out of room and it's just not telling me. To be honest, I probably should be focusing a little bit more on claiming these isotope patches. Okay, so we're at 14. I don't think this is going to be enough. Yeah. Okay. I think I still am going to go for these ruins. In fact, I'm going to go pretty aggressively for them. Now, in terms of picking the hull, what I'm going to do here is actually save up for the Cathartes, so that's a $7,000 or credit ship. In theory, I should build at least one smaller one, especially because I only have the small Gatling gun, but I don't know, the Cathartes is a really good one for taking out rebel camps, and I may want to do that early. Okay, I'm about to run out of fuel. I was not expecting the large ruin to be that inexpensive. Now, one thing I'm not clear on is if I upgrade these fuel silos, whether or not they generate more fuel for me. I guess we'll find out in the future, but again, I do need to get a little bit more secure in terms of my isotopes. Okay, this thing is going to kill my actually, no, we're already good for power. It's my fuel that I need to panic about. I think I'll take the large ruin first just because I can double it up. And yeah, we are very slowly losing the fuel, so the sooner we can get on this, the better. I don't need the money, as tempting as it is. Now, good news here is we've got lots of artifacts to work with, so I'm going to go shopping. Okay. Definitely need to access that. I'll probably unlock a Corvus. I suspect I'll just scrap this. Definitely want the ad revenue. Probably skip pollution from fire. The HQ range is going to help. Alright, yeah, we've got... This is going to be a little silly for a while, but let's see if we can make these fuel silos do some work for us. The easy answer is right now. No, they are not. They're not able to earn enough fuel for us. I have 2 more that I can build. And then I can also try upgrading the fuel turbine once we get some more isotopes, but I suspect that's not going to really do the trick. The good news is, even in this absolutely insane setup, we have enough stored energy that I can actually, like, I can basically have the energy plant sort of flip on and flip off over time, and it's not going to actually mean anything. I can upgrade this now, but I don't have any other isotopes, so... Right now we'll just see if I can somehow restore equilibrium with the fuel silos. If I can, that's fantastic. If I can't, it's a shame. I'm not going to let it sort of ruin the enterprise, but I'm probably going to need to think about it. Again, good news is we're generating a lot of isotopes. And we are also ready to build our Cathartes. So, we'll unlock the hull. Now this is where having the surplus workers is a mixed blessing, because we're going to basically lose 16 employees as we start building ships. So employee movement speed seems really good. So I'm going to start by scrapping you. If it's not clear, scrapping the... Sorry, just... No, I still made the right call here. But yeah, so scrapping in the tech web, basically you lose the node, but it gives you access to everything else, so you don't need to spend the artifacts to be able to get to those regions. So it's a little bit of a trade-off, just because, like, in one sense you want every tech, but in another sense, it's nice to be able to it's nice to be able to have sort of faster access to multiple technologies, and so that's one of the biggest. I used to like never scrap, and then I sort of realized not just the time savings, but the artifact savings. Now, again, given the fact that artifacts are more plentiful in the game now, my opinion on that might change. but in the current form, I actually think scrap is quite a bit more viable. Now, it's worth noting here, just through naturally playing the game this way, we've already got what it takes for a bronze victory. I do want the gold victory because that'll get me the most council favor. But we are at a point now where I might want to ask the question, okay, so where do I get my remaining 14 points from? We've only unlocked up to tier 4. It's not that expensive for me to unlock the final tier. But, I mean, why worry about it, right?
Alright, Founder, time to build a combat ship. First things first, we won't be going anywhere without an engine. And we need to provide fuel and energy just like we do for the rest of the city. Then we can think about the other necessaries: weapons, crew pods, life support. Don't worry if you get overwhelmed. I'll have your back along the way. When you're in the shipyard, just give me a call on the advisors button and I can help you out. And when we're ready to take off, just press launch. Easy as that.
So the problem with this design last time was that, oops. The life support was pretty easy to knock out. Probably overkill on the batteries, but I don't know, it'll do the trick. So this will help me defend against the rebels. We'll probably be able to build a second one of these before too long. Now, what are we looking at? So fuel-wise, we're still not delivering, which means I either need to build a new fuel turbine somewhere. Oh, actually, hang on. There's more of these things I can well, not plunder, but I can build in. So, maybe finally grab one of these isotope patches. In fact, the best option would just be to save up and get like the entire workforce only working isotope patches. So maybe I'll just save up. I'll double check that there aren't any obvious isotopes to grab that aren't attached to artifacts. Oh yeah, sorry, I was going to talk about victory conditions. Okay, well, while we're building those up, so again, just naturally we've managed it. So I need 175 CUs of isotopes, which is not going to be that hard. 12 energy depots. Now, the nice thing about energy depots here, we can launch the Cathartes. It's not a bad idea to launch them early.
Alright, Founder. Every city corp reaches the limits of their territory and vision eventually. To cut through the smog and see further, we need a command center. The command center will extend our vision range and expand the territory we can claim from the Council. Once we build it, though, we better make sure it stays standing. If we lose our command center, faraway buildings will no longer be under our control. Build a command center now. Let's claim some more land.
Okay, so I'm just gonna let the batteries and...
Founder, the Council is granting you communication access to your advisors. You can now contact your advisors for direction when needed. You will find their contact information in the top left corner of your screen. I highly recommend you lean on them when necessary. They are all experts in their fields, after all.
So I'm just getting the second one of these things built. So I believe that's the end of the tutorial. But we might as well take a quick look and see what the...
Rebels are a thorn in our side, and the Council expects you to dispatch them. You have now completed all of your Landfaller training, Founder. But if you wish to impress us, you must complete the Victory contract for this mission. You can access your current contract's objectives through the Corporate Goals panel at the top left of your screen. You should also contact your advisors at any point, if you need them. And of course, you can find helpful tooltips on all of Titan's objects and buttons compiled by our archivists. That will be all. Do not disappoint us.
You can really see what a drag it is not to have the road network in place. So yeah, I mean, basically, where do the next 15 points come from, right? So tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, they're all worth the number of points that's the same as what they have. So 2 energy depots, 12 energy depots. Both of these, right, they're gonna satisfy each other. So that's kind of 4. As long as I build the 12, that's 4 taken care of. That brings me up to 20. So then the question is, where do I get the remaining 10? If I'm going for the CUs of isotopes, same story, right? If we get up to 800 CUs of isotopes, that's 6 dealt with. So 4, 6, 10, that brings me up to 26. And if I own 12 transport hubs, which I personally think is fairly unlikely, but I could sort of cheese out, we're taken care of there. Maybe I want to do something different. So again, we've got the 4 here, we've got the 6 here, so that would be 26. So as long as I satisfy one of the tier 5 goals, we're good to go. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait until we're at 800 CUs of isotopes and I've got a field of energy depots. I'm going to make sure that that's satisfied before I take care of any of this other stuff. Because again, we're good. I'm building my second big ship. It's also worth mentioning that if you are worried about the rebels, the way it works in this game in campaign mode is if you take out the rebels, they don't keep spawning. That's only a scenario mode thing if you enable that. So in this case here, like with a couple of Cathartes, I should be able to flatten the 2 rebel camps if I chose to. In this case here, I don't really think that's necessary. So what I am a little more focused on is the fuel. So these obsidian ruins are going to be the death of me. I say it was going to be... I didn't really think about how I was going to do this mine, because this is perfect... Well, I'm not actually going to build the mine yet anyway, so... But I can at least put down the fuel silo. Oh, shame on you. But yeah, I'm definitely going to put the resource patch cost reduction as one of my first bits of council favor. I'll still probably go for the extra employees, but and then I guess I should actually build the ship. Now you do still have the same option in terms of blueprints. I'm actually gonna clear these out. The only drawback is I don't think you can build them from a mix of the resources, and obviously I've been using tier 2 and tier 3. So in this case I'm just going to build it by hand. I still don't have a great placement for the life support. So these are still kind of experimental anyway. Couple problems with the, like, this corner here doesn't really work, but I don't actually expect to use it, so I'm so bad at this. Okay, one over there, one over there. My wall of batteries. I feel like I did something different last time. It'd be helpful if I had a source of fuel. Alright. We'll let that do its thing. So 40, what have we got? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24... So I need 240 influence to clear out all the isotopes. Sorry, not even that. Sorry, 280, 320. Not even that. 360, 400, 440. I think I got that wrong. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 44, add a 0, 440. I am not going to need to build this isotope node for a while. And I do actually want to have as many people working on these as I can, because it takes a long time.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
Okay, I'm going to turn these things on. So this thing's ready to go. I note this because we're going to have a fight on our hands in a little bit. I believe you can change the volume settings for the messages if it gets grating. Oh, we can upgrade the fuel turbine. Do I want to do that now? Do I want to try my luck with the... Nah, screw it. I also have stuff to do in the tech web. Okay, so employee movement speed... Oh yeah, employee movement speed by far is the most useful. I'll probably kill fire extinguishing rate. The influence count will also be helpful, but honestly, it's going to take me a long time to do any kind of research until I build the... some science labs, and I suspect I'm not going to do that unless that is an objective. So I'm a little bit less worried about things like the storage facility and all that now, for the simple reason that I have, I now have sort of mobile defenses. Although the Ashen Wasp, I should turn off all the lasers while I can, and that's just so that I can fill up the batteries a little bit faster. I'm hoping... Okay, great. We're generating fuel again.
Give my regards to your puppet masters at the council. Once I'm done with you, I'll be coming for them next.
God, those things move fast. All right. So, if you are wondering what ship combat is like in here, so it's a little bit like FTL. Now, the Gatling guns are actually pretty vicious in this. So there's a couple of ways that I can handle this. One is to cut off its power. So that's probably the easiest for me. This is a vastly overpowered sort of device to be throwing at the rebels here. But nothing succeeds like XS. So in this case, what do I want to do? Yeah, and what I'm doing here is attacking effectively every relay except these two. So the small Gatling guns are going to get some shots off, but essentially what we're going to do is just cut off all their different power sources, at which point they're not going to be able to do any damage to us. So you can see this thing charging up, but we should at least be able to get the lasers off. Yeah, so you can see that these things are shut down. So notice that they were able to take out our second laser, or rather one of our crew members are leaving these alone. But we should be able to sort them out here. Okay, now, unfortunately, I didn't turn the lasers back on because I was trying to get the batteries charged, which means they're going to get the drop on me with the Gatling guns. It's going to be sort of a similar pain to last time. But we're going to employ a similar strategy. We're basically just going to cut off their power when we can. And like I said, this is a vastly overpowered approach. Actually, I don't even need to worry about the other two tiers. What we can do is take out the life support systems. So in the case of rebels, if the crew members die, you do not need to worry about. Oh wow, they got the stuff fixed pretty quick. But yeah, so if the rebels die, the ship blows up. But like I said, overpowered ships, in this case, we're able to take out their weapons before they're able to do anything about it, so I'm basically going to ignore them. I'm actually going to turn off the turret. There is a small advantage to fighting the rebels at a distance like this. Essentially what it does is you don't need to worry about the damage, like the collateral damage to all of your buildings. So if you can avoid it, so much the better, but, you know, don't put yourself in a situation where you might lose a ship to avoid it, would sort of be my opinion on that. So we'll keep the shipyard on because we're going to need to repair the ships before too long, but I think it's pretty clear how we're going to spend the next little while. We're going to grab whatever isotope patches we can. Yeah, the energy deposits. I mean, the energy deposits do technically run counter to my plan of generating a lot of.
Don't celebrate yet, Founder. I will be victorious next time.
A persistent nuisance, this one. Make sure you keep him contained, Founder.
So this does kind of run counter to my plan of generating a lot of isotopes, right? Because if I have to be building all of these energy depots, that's going to be time that I'm not building other things. But I have a few plans here. So I am going to build the fuel silos kind of in the surrounding area here just to make the most of my free fuel generation. I mean, we're in an okay spot. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm in an okay enough spot now, and I've got enough energy that maybe I don't need to focus on building those yet. I do want to get a road network down just so I can figure out where I can put the rest of the energy depots. Again, we're generating a lot of influence from the monument centers, so we should be able to work with the isotope patches pretty well. Okay, so 12. So the specific request is 12 energy depots, and they do not need to be like combined or upgraded. So 6 by 6 is best. I could put sort of a road. Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to build a road anyway. Something like that. Okay, let's actually start working on that. We've already got a few sources of isotopes being worked, so I think I can afford to give up a little bit of effort. I'm also in a spot where I can donate credits for influence. Yeah, it really is just the isotopes that are holding me back, so we'll work on those. Again, the Obsidian Ruins. Ugh. A little bit left. One thing that's nice about this is that because I'm building, or sorry, because I'm building roads over these right away, they'll automatically transfer the isotopes. Oh, hey, this is one of the new logs.
Hey, Zaya, just letting you know I'm on my way. For a minute, I was starting to regret it, but by that point, they pulled the boarding bridge away. When we launched, I knew I'd made the right choice. I'm gonna make you proud, Zaya. I'm gonna get filthy rich on Titan, and then you can come and live in my penthouse. Send me updates, okay? I want to know how Mom and Dad are taking this.
Should also be improving the storage while I can. Okay, so part of this is just letting nature take its course at this point. So obviously we've got a lot of isotopes to be running around with. I'm generating some influence, so I'm going to need to do things like clear out the Obsidian Ruins. Part of this is just laying the groundwork for sort of the next few stages. You know what? I am going to activate the Zethane generators here. It's not strictly necessary, but it gives me something to do. But yeah, essentially this is just going to be making things like the energy depot a little bit faster to build. And honestly, also part of what of this is just giving me something to do while the new tier unlocks. If we get to a point where we have 800 CUs of isotopes and I still haven't unlocked this tier, I'll pay for it. But I got, there's other things I can do in the meantime, so... But I am going to keep donating credits because we are generating, a surplus of like 8,000 a day, so... It's got another 20 to add to the road network. Again, I can clear out a few of these. Yeah, so actually I can get 6, 7... Maybe not this one. I can actually demolish this energy pylon. Okay, now that makes things interesting then. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8. So we're well on our way to those. on our way to those energy depots. In fact, I should probably start building those now. Ah. No, I can still make this work. Oh yeah, I'm out of credits. Nope, I think I'm going to wait on that. So I do need to get the 40 for the Obsidian Ruins. That's going to be a little bit of a pain to wait, but I do have things that I can do in between. How on earth is that still not part of the grid? At some point I'm going to need to figure out what's going on this end as far as the mine and all of that is concerned, but I'm going to leave that be just because I know there's other things that I can do in the meantime. Let's say... yeah, clear out the Obsidian Ruins. Maybe we focus a little bit on these ruins here just because it doesn't take a whole lot of effort to clear these out. Again, the road would have been nice when I was actually building the shipyard, but neither here nor there. If I want more workers, or like citizens, I can clear this out here. Actually, the most helpful thing would be to expand the transport hub, so... yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that yet. I think I am going to donate artifacts, though. So the logic behind this is I do want to clear out these Obsidian Ruins here, so I'm trying to get those 80. But in the meantime, I can still put down some energy depots. I can also, like, if it comes down to it, I can demolish this storage facility. This is not like the end of the world if I have to refactor how I work with this isotope node. All that I really want is to, you know what? I can dismantle the defense turret right now. Yeah, I mean, essentially all that I need is to be able to combine a mine, a storage facility, and a factory in close proximity. And honestly, I'm already getting what I need from my existing factory. So I probably don't even need to do that. But it is a nice to have. Anyway, I only need tier 2 isotopes for the transport hub, so we will move you over there. So again, you can see how that affected the threat level because I got rid of that really high tier turret. I had a ton of opportunities to put energy depots here as well. I completely missed that. But we'll take advantage of the opportunity now. So one of the biggest things here is I wanted to upgrade the transport hub just so I can show you what it looks like to have a bunch of trucks running all over the place. It is very satisfying. It shuts down the road network for a while, so nothing without cost, but okay, I'm going to grab another one of those isotope patches. I'm also just kind of curious. So we do have a lot of move isotope jobs. Looks like we do have some employees working it, so I'm not too worried about that. But again, we did have a fairly large number of workers sort of vanish into these ships. So I do just want to make sure that there isn't too much being missed. So this is a good example of something that's going to take longer than it needs to, for the simple reason that I don't have a road to it. In fact, if nothing else, I believe I've gotten rid of most of the storage in headquarters. Oh, actually, yeah, that's kind of ugly. I think a lot of people are walking over to the storage facility. I should hook that up to the road network, which means I need to work the mineral patch. Yeah, that's going to take a while. Should have thought that through ahead of time, but there you have it. Okay. Where are we? 4 more energy depots. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we need one more one more outside of what we've already carved out for ourselves. Which is fine, because this isn't going to be all that hard. So actually, hang on. This works. Yeah, so I think it was mine factory storage. Now, I believe I can just destroy the... Like, I believe I can just destroy the patch, and that's that. It's obviously not how I want to handle it, but if I was in a rush, I have that option. Okay, pollution resistance. I do like the idea of the influence cap. I don't know, pollution resistance seems better. So yeah, I had a bunch of plans that I talked about doing, but we're almost certainly not going to finish just because there's other things for me to be doing right now. But I'm going to grab you to work on the mineral patch, because that'll give me another spot to put the depot. We'll donate credits. We'll buzz you down. Again, just finding places to put the energy depots. I don't need the zethane from this. Although I think I was going to get the zethane from that one. As tempting as it is to absorb pollution, that's probably going to work at cross purposes from this fuel turbine, so I'm going to disable that when the time comes. Now, one of the potential drawbacks, I'll be honest with you, I don't know how I feel about this in the game, if I'm completely honest, but if I were to connect these energy depots, they would be more efficient, but it would only count as a single energy depot. So one of the reasons why I'm building these solo as opposed to combining them like all the other buildings that I have, is because I'm sort of gaming the the achievement, the victory condition. This is going to sting as far as the objective is concerned, but I am still going to upgrade the defense turret. You never know. More importantly, I'm in a pretty good spot. Resource-wise, we're going to be claiming the last few isotope patches. There's not that much more that I need to do with my influence, so... There's this obsidian ruin sitting here, which is maybe a little annoying, but nothing too terrible. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. I think it was yesterday Brace Yourself was talking about watching Ryan Clark, who I think first started making this. And it was kind of interesting to see him play because he would tend to put roads to the things that he wanted to do so that they would be worked faster. I actually really like that idea. I just don't have enough discipline and planning to actually deliver on that. So, we're getting there. So priorities-wise, I don't know, we got a couple people working the patches here. Maybe I should be working these out because these are closer to roads. Oh yeah, sorry, I haven't been doing these upgrades. Oh yeah, that's also going to affect my my overall isotope level. That's fine. Like I said, sometimes you do things just for fun. One away from the depot requirement. I guess I said I was going to get these first, didn't I? Yeah, so what am I looking at here? Well, I don't actually need to clear out this obsidian ruins if I put an energy depot down here instead. So another rebel attack is imminent. But I have 2 big ships to handle it, so I'm more or less ignoring the rebels here just because I don't see taking out the rebels as doing anything other than distracting from these victory conditions. Okay, so that got depleted first, so we will build the depot here. Technically I don't need to build this one, but I probably will anyway just because it looks nicer. Could actually double up one of them, but think about that later. Yeah, so now that everything's built, I've connected the whole... Oh no, I haven't connected the whole roadway because we're still working on the upgrading the transport hub. So a couple of other things that I would think about if this was going to be a longer run, like we're pretty much in the end game at this point. So a couple other things that I would be thinking about if I wanted to extend this run, expand these fuel silos. So I've got 1, double this one up, 2, double this one up. Oh god, yeah, then we've got these as well. So maybe I don't double it up this way. No, I'd have to. Huh. So the smokestacks become a liability here. Anyways, neither here nor there. Prioritize, damn you. yeah, lots of opportunities to mess around with the special fuel ability that I have. So a whole crevice to work with. We can also put a turbine beside the sinkhole, the crack. I thought there was another one. Anyways, two objects that I can put the turbine next to. I can also build the fuel silos beside this crevice. And again, we're slowly accumulating fuel anyway, so that's not a big deal. Oh, there we go.
Sympathizers are all the same, and you all die the same too.
So again, we should be able to intercept these without too much trouble. This is just an excuse for me to hear more of the nice music. Oh, that thing is moving quick. Okay, so that thing's got a shield. The battery's also going to be a problem here. So sometimes on these ones, I actually go for a very inelegant brute force method. Let's see how this works. Good news is these are lasers, so we should be able to do some meaningful damage. As for this fella, I'm gonna be mean and attack the life support. And that should be sufficient to take out their power. Yep, that was enough to shut down their systems. So I don't want to plunder too much from the isotopes at this point. What I might do as well, I think I'm going to have a dedicated employee on moving isotope. It's going to take a long time, but... Okay, so this thing actually does seem to be doing some damage now. So, I'm going to do something meaner. I'm just going to go straight for the life support, although it's a little late for me to be doing that. Honestly, just the damage to the hull will be sufficient. Now, the other thing I've noticed is how quickly the waste is starting to accumulate. So this would also be the point I would maybe want to start considering building a conversion
Luck was
center.
on your side today, but I will be back, and we will see if fortune favors you again.
But in this case, the
We'll
easier
be
thing
ready for him when he comes back, won't we, Founder?
the easier thing for me to do right now is just build a bunch of conversion facilities. Nope. I think that might be a little screwed up, but... Yeah, so this one's got to get moved. So this is a little bit more about replenishing the workforce that I lost by staffing the ships. And we certainly have more than enough artifacts to pull this off, so... Now, if I was playing something where I wasn't certain of victory, there's two things that I would be doing right now. Number one, taking my early advantage with high-level ships and beating the crap out of the small number of rebel...
This thing's on, right? Is it? Oh, okay, here we go. Why do I have to record my check-ins anyway? A call should be good. Whatever, dear flippin' diary then. Pesh with the check-in. Doctor's orders. I'm on the shuttle to Titan now to meet my new supervisor, and the guy next to me smells damn awful. Guess I'm a proper working woman now, huh? Got myself a little commuting story and everything, heading to my straight and narrow job hauling freight for some big corp. You know, I kind of figured I'd spend the rest of my life in that cell, all for a little bit of tax fraud. It's wild that I'm here doing it by the book. The reps at the Foundation seemed legit, but sponsored rehab and job placements for ex-cons seems too good to be true. I guess we'll see. I know the deal about getting your hopes up, but I'll admit it. I want this to turn out right.
And I'm sure that it will turn out perfectly, and there's nothing to worry about. But yeah, so if I was a little bit more worried about getting the victory conditions as quickly as I could, in addition to unlocking the tier, I'd actually put the mine up as quickly as I could, just because that's going to be a lot easier to get the isotopes. Right now we're just pulling them off the ground, which is one of the reasons why I'm focusing on getting some additional employees. I am going to just dismantle all of this stuff once I've added them. Okay, should have repaired everything. But yeah, you are also seeing how the monument centers are really paying off here. Like, obviously, it would have been a drag to wait for the influence to be able to claim this stuff. If I think it's moving too slowly, I can actually build even more council obelisks. They do have something of an energy cost. So in this case here, actually I can't remember the rate at which it moves up. But yeah, it's 16. Oh no, it's 16 per 1 minute, and the monument center, so it's 64 for 3. Huh. Wait, is that right? Oh, sorry, I just got a really nice message from somebody. If you could just give me a second here. Sorry about this. I just need to take a second to make sure someone's okay.
Conversion complete. Conversion complete.
Okay, where were we? Conversions are done, so we will dismantle the upper level here. So there's a little bit of a consequence to doing it this way. Like, there's not... Actually, I am going to dismantle these. Not the smartest choice, but it's... I want to try and make sure that all of the resources we're using are part of the road network. Especially now that all of the... Oh, hang on. Do we not have all the trucks yet? Oh, we're constructing them. But yeah, so in this case here, I'd kind of like I'd like it to be that things are stored in their storage facilities rather than being walked by the headquarters. If I was a little more thoughtful, I would have included a road to the headquarters. But again, we're close to winning, so I'm not going to spend too much time messing around with that. But let me work out those numbers again. So it's 1 per minute. So leaving aside, I'm kind of taking minerals and isotopes for granted here. But it would seem to me that for 48 energy, you could build 3 council obelisks, in contrast to the Monument Center, where you spend 64 energy to get the 3 influence. So I will remember that for the future, I think. In any case, let's go back to... Right, so we're continuing the CUs for isotopes. That's really just a matter of time. So I think what we're going to do here, I'm going to get the last 40 for the isotopes patch, and we're going to let them work that the way they normally will. And then we're going to start working on the isotope node. Okay. So, I don't have a lot of options here with this mine. I think I'm just going to take the L on it. This has got 15 artifacts, so in total it actually makes a little more sense. Well, I'll donate the credits first. But yeah, I'm going to need to work the artifact patch for the factory at some point. Let's get the mine down as quickly as we can. We'll probably do the same for the mineral node, but the isotopes are by far the most important. Actually, there is one slightly different thing that I can do here. So you say factory here. Yeah. So what I'm going to do here is this mine's going to operate normally. I'm going to build the factory here and then the storage facility here. And looks like nobody is supplying the smokestack. That's a problem. I gotta use that mine range, but not anymore. Look at those glorious trucks doing their work. Okay. Oh, and I did not supply you with power. Nuts. Okay, I hate that I'm doing this, but... Energy pylon... Here, I think I still need to do 2 upgrades. Okay, let's get this back on track. So I'm going to rebuild the storage facilities here. That's going to involve a little bit of work, but nothing too catastrophic. I'm going to build a dedicated factory for the isotopes here. And then there'll be a dedicated mineral factory eventually, but that's phase 2 sort of a problem, and we may never get to phase 2. Okay, happy to see the isotope patch depleted messages, just because that means we're, like, as you can see here, we're at 72 for tier 1 isotopes. You know what? How much you want to bet the production hut isn't back to full capacity yet? Oh no! Good for them. Oh, and for some reason we're falling behind on fuel? That's a little confusing to me, but... Oh, actually, we're at the isotope limit that we need. Well, you know what? I'm still going to upgrade this. It's not the smartest choice I've ever made, but... Okay. So we're going to connect you first. I want this thing connected and running before I dismantle the storage facility. But we are now at 26 points. So essentially, I've got one of 2 options here. I can either build 11 more transport hubs, or I can just pay for the tier. So, 52 upgraded buildings, 15 transport hubs, or 22 energy depots. 22 energy depots seems to be the easier one for me to fulfill. So we're going to do that. The only thing to keep in mind is that by building energy depots, that is going to cost me isotopes. So I want to be careful about where I place them, and I also want to be careful in terms of what I'm giving up to place them. So anyways, this is my new isotope building. Now, all my isotopes currently live here, so this is going to revoke my victory condition. I am still going to dismantle it, though, for a reason that will be obvious in a second. Building the factory is going to cause them to transport everything to the storage facility. Although, while they're working on that, I will also encourage a little bit of extra effort. That was a little faster than I was expecting that would be, to be completely honest, so. Okay. Oh, I really blew this. I hate that I did that, but it's fine. Like, we'll work through all of it, but it's still grim. Okay, let's get those depots built. Please tell me I did not build that with mineral wine. Ugh. Okay. What the hell am I doing? Okay, so these two should do. I probably want to have a road running down. Actually, I can have a road running down here already. Okay, so Isotope Land is where it needs to be right now. This is an opportunity. Okay, I think I've got the basics that I need. So a couple energy depots here. One goes here. So fuel turbine is fine here. If I decide to use a fuel turbine, obviously that's kind of an open question. So where would we be for energy depots? So we'd be up to 15 with these two, 16 with this one. $17. So 5 more. And again, I don't have to be all that careful in my placement. It's just, it's kind of nice to build a city as if, you know, like I was going to keep working with it. Okay, so... This would have been really good for lots of fuel. But I'm not going to worry about that yet. I should probably clear out this artifact patch because there's another energy depot I can put there. Again, there's certainly no shortage of... Actually, the artifacts, if anything, are probably accelerating the rebel aggression, but... And I'll confess, I'm actually a little surprised at the fluctuation for the fuel. So there's one thing I can do, and that's activate the Zethane here. Just trying to think if there's a fast way for me to clear out these artifact patches. Again, I can blow them up, but that's not quite how I want to play this. Okay, I'm going to build a little something fun while I wait. Okay, storage. I'm always bad at remembering to set these for the isotopes and such, but okay, that. One thing that's been kind of fun to see in some of the forums is, I guess the plural is probably fora, but I noticed that, Brace Yourself really kindly tweeted this out. I think it was Jared that might have done that, actually. And what I've noticed is that there's actually a few different variations that people are putting on this design now. So I happen to like the version with the tier... So, like, obviously, the main version that I make of this has a storage facility right next to it. But one of the things I like about this one is that I tend to find when I'm designing ships, I want a combination of tier 3 and tier 2. So I like this setup because it gives me a so doubling up the employees, it gives me this nice sort of straight line of like tier 1 to tier 3 processing at the fastest speed that I can get, basically. But what this does is this gives me a supplement of a bunch of tier 2s, so, you know, I can build things like factories and all of that. But what I notice some people will do as a supplement is they'll build a bunch of storage in this area, and then obviously there's the other one that I do where I'll put like energy and a fuel
Notes
turbine.
on the new recruitment video. Paz,
Fuel
get
fabrication.
this transcribed and sent out before end of day. The ad will need reshoots. My first note is these actors need to look way more miserable. They need to look desperate. Market research shows that the average worker on Earth spends less on cosmetics than they did a decade ago. I want these people to look sad and grimy. We need to connect with that sad and grimy audience. The audience should think, wow, Titan's resettlement program really understands me. They know exactly how bad my life is. And cut the Titan dormitory shots entirely. We did some focus testing. It's not playing well. We'll end the advertisement on the emotional high note of the family holding hands on the spaceship. The shots of the fake dormitory on Titan, they invite questions. Does it really look like that? Etc. So we'll just cut it. All right, Paz, wrap this up. I'm headed out to a council sync on Mount Elo, so I'll be out of touch until dinner. Oh, I haven't seen the dinner menu yet. Have the chef forward that to me right away.
I gotta wait till they pick this up before I can get rid of the isotope input now. It's because I'm giving them so much to do, there's always a bit of a wait for the output module here, but maybe we'll just make sure that this isn't doing anything too funny. Nope, this is working as intended. I feel like I did this the wrong way around, but Okay. Still waiting on Energy Depot. I feel like I should have more. All right. We'll say claim you, claim you. This is gonna take a while, I think. God, I've got a lot of isotopes now. Okay. Sadly, that doesn't have power. And why am I not using these for energy? Well, these I need to claim and work, so that's gonna take a while, but... Okay, that's a start. And we're good to go with the rest of this. Actually, what I should have done was probably doubled this up as a mineral line. Yeah, that was a little silly of me. Okay. I can salvage some of it. That's fine, I still have the basics down, so... Actually, this will have the nice side effect of all those isotopes that need to be moved. It'll force the movement when I put down the other storage. Well, most of them. There's a couple... oh, actually, no. It won't force any of those to get moved because they're just going to get stored. Okay, slightly inconvenient, but manageable. Okay, minerals... That's mineral 3. That will eventually be mineral 2. That's shocking that we don't have mineral 1 now. Okay, so I'm going to have to do an equivalent to what I did with isotopes pretty soon, it seems. But that's fine. I mean, we got more minerals than we know what to do with at this point, so. Oh, we're due for another rebel attack. Cool. 3 more. I was really trying to avoid building them here because this was going to be the residential area. Okay, I've got it. I was not expecting this to be 6 hours long. I kind of got pulled into the game. Maybe I could have upgraded everything. Didn't really seem worth it. But there we go. There's our gold victory. So, you know, if I want, I mean, I can run up the score even more, right? not that hard to build transport hubs. It's not that hard to upgrade buildings and such. But in this case here, we've got what we needed. So, claim our win.
How fortunate that you were the one we chose, Founder. We hope that you continue to impress.
So, it shows you how you achieved victory, but we were talking about market cap, the net worth. So, 1,726,800. Sorry, 1,726,808,192 credits. So, if you want, I've actually done a spreadsheet of this, but basically, there's, as you can see, the higher tier versions of things are worth more. Isotopes are worth more than minerals, but there are things that will detract from your net worth, your market cap, and that's actually a way you can manipulate the difficulty. So, for instance, if you have a storage facility full of waste, right? Like if you just keep building storage facilities and you just pile up the waste, if your city corp grows sufficiently large, you are still going to get overwhelmed with waste, but it is a way of actually depressing the market cap for a long period of time. If you can find a way of generating a lot of pollution, again, that'll reduce your city corp's value. Now, employees are a little tricky to deal with here. So employee salary is actually a drag against the city corp. The thing is that employees are worth quite a bit. So I do not see a way to turn employee salary into something that will lower the net worth. In fact, what will happen is, let's say you've got a very large number of employees, and then you do like the salary renegotiations tech in the tech web, that will actually cause that'll cause the rebel threat meter to jump up unexpectedly. And then initial net worth, I mean, that's what you start with, right? The one that we didn't do, and I specifically avoided attacking the rebel buildings, if you destroy a rebel building, they get very angry about that. So it's fair to say, especially if you take out a rebel HQ, unless it's the last rebel HQ, you better be prepared for a response. But as you can see here, it is possible to achieve a gold victory without actually engaging with the rebels other than through defense. And I probably could have done that quite a bit faster. But now this interests me. So there is a map seed here, but there doesn't seem to be a way to set one in scenario mode. I'm curious if this is a holdover from a previous iteration. Anyways, we are going to continue the campaign. I'm not going to continue it tonight, but I'll at least show you the screen. So remembering we did do the tutorial, and the advisors remain unlocked after the tutorial. So there's no you don't lose that. But it is kind of worth saying, well, what does campaign mode look like once you're done the tutorial? So on other planets, becoming a pilot can take years of study. On Titan, it's anyone's game.
Founder, you are viewing your campaign map. The Council has given you the clearance to capture critical areas of Titan. Should you be successful, you may even be offered a seat on the Council itself. I am quite sure you will fall short, however. To begin, select any sector adjacent to your starting territory.
So, in this case, diagonals do count as adjacent. So this is where I really think Titan shines, and this is actually where I really like the changes that they introduced in the April update. So when you go and you play the scenario mode, like, you're responsible for picking, how difficult it is. You will choose things like what's the terrain. You don't get to choose your corporate goals, but you get to choose the length and things like that. And that's like completely fine, right? It's the play it your way. It's one reason why people play city builders. It's a very SimCity kind of experience. Arguably Zen is like the SimCity experience because, well, I guess even SimCity had like disasters, but you get what I'm saying. Zen is one where you focus on city building and not the strategy elements. But what I like about campaign mode, so you've got your overall goal, right? Capture 2 corporate sectors. And in this particular case here, now there's actually going to be some, it seems that there's some limitations in terms of where you can go, so it's not a full grid. So let's say I wanted to focus on this tile, which I don't have any intelligence on. I believe I would need to claim this tile, then I could go after it. I don't think there's any path to this particular one. Oh, we can purchase the land. So if I took this, I could buy this, then here, then here. But yeah, again, if it's an option that's available to you, you know, you can purchase something with favor. But you can see, right, there's a few different paths to claiming your corporate sectors. And there's, in addition to trying, you know, to get something close to, close to something valuable, certain tiles are going to be more or less valuable. So you can get a pretty good idea now. Like this will have a lot of rebels on it, right? 6 rebel camps. This one has quite a few as well. But what you'll notice is that the more difficult maps will wind up giving you more council favor. It actually gives you a breakdown, but let's just see what's available to us. So a gold will get me 30 here, 40 here, 25, and 25. So, I mean, probably I'd be willing to try this one for the 40 favor. Yeah, so 1 to grab this. Maybe we would consider purchasing the land at this point. I don't know. But in this case here, like this is actually a pretty frightening map for me to go for, right? So 40 favor, long mission, economic expertise, martial mastery, energy empire, tenacious terraformer. It does have a rival, but the worst part of this is that it's actually hard rebel aggression and 7 camps. So the drawback here is that the rebels will attack more frequently, and if I want to stop the attacks from happening, I actually have to be very, very aggressive with them, which of course is going to cause them to come and attack me. This might be a good one to just like really see what I'm made of. You know, the alternative of course would be to turn around and say, okay, 25 favor for this. It's an easier path, you know, it's basically 3 jumps to the next corporate sector. I mean, that's viable, right? Especially here. I think if I were to do like 1, 2, 3, then presumably I could do 2, 3. Yeah, actually, if I wanted a fast win, man, that's an interesting trade-off. So if I want to maximize my favor, I would do this. So 1, 2, 3, and then figure out the next one. And if I wanted to win quickly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Well, I guess I'm really only missing 6. Anyways, we'll figure this all out later, but based on your performance, you are allowed to pick different starting conditions. So, for instance, I could get more initial employees. I could lower the cost of claiming certain tiles. Probably one thing I want to do is lower the cost of resource patches, for instance. But, you know, one of the things that I like about this, in addition to the fact that I'm no longer just sort of sitting in a menu picking, oh, hey, I want to really go after something difficult this time, or, yeah, okay, let's see whether or not I can, let's try a new map or something like that. Instead, in this case, what I'm doing is I'm actually checking out different tiles, and either I'm going to go for something like high favor, or I'm going to go for something that is close to a tile that I particularly value. And I just think that that's a slightly more interesting way of picking the scenarios. I think you wind up doing more things rather than sort of getting stuck in a rut. And then more importantly, let's say you are someone who's like, yeah, you know what, it is a real drag to do X. Like, I don't think I started with enough employees, or I feel like I'm always waiting for resource patches with my influence or something like that. I think the game is reasonably well balanced in that regard. Like, obviously, I need to recalibrate how I play to acknowledge the fact that there are a lot more artifacts on the map than I am accustomed to, and that translates into a that kind of translates into me under investing in getting those basic like mineral and isotope resources. But one of the ways I'm going to answer that is potentially to just lower the cost of resource patches. That way I don't need to worry about the 40 influence to be able to get the isotope patch. You know, I spend less influence and, you know, I'm equally happy there. In fact, I might do that over getting more employees. But these are the sorts of things that, you know, you kind of work on. And what I like about this, right, is that you get the favor after you've achieved some kind of a victory. So what you're able to do is say, okay, so that map was hell on earth. How am I going to avoid that next time? And part of that's going to be learning how to play better. And part of that's going to be gaining the advantage of, the council favor. In any case, I've spent a lot more time with Titan 1.0 than I was planning, and I'm very happy about that. But I need to get some rest. So I'm almost certainly going to be playing more Titan when next week, next Wednesday. Probably won't be going as late as this, but I do appreciate you all hanging out with me. On Friday, I might do more Cyberpunk. That's kind of an open day for me now, so I'm not 100% sure what I am up to. Oh no, Jared! Thank you very much for stopping by nonetheless. For those of you who are unfamiliar with A. Jared J, he's actually one of the community managers, former community manager for Brace Yourself, has moved on to many great and glorious things, up to and including Cult of the Lamb, which I think probably the most widely known / best-selling. Oh, Ecorb, sorry, I'm wrapping up. God, I feel really bad about this now. We'll find someone to host, though. But yeah, Jared, we were actually talking about it because he's the one who put out the tweet that showed my masterful, the factory layout. Let us raid someone else. Yes, that we will do exactly that. But Jared does not stream as much. But I really do like. How you doing, Ecorb? Again, I'm sorry to take your raid and run. But I already went twice as long as I normally do. So I'm hoping to find someone doing Industries of Titan. But let's see what's on offer. Yeah, no worries. Oh, actually, it looks like. It looks like we've actually got we finally have somebody playing Titan. Yeah, thank you very much. And I really appreciate that. But yeah, sorry, I did want to take a minute and talk about A. Jared J. So I still encourage you to follow his channel because, well, also his Twitter and his TikTok and all of that. But he is a musician, so if he does start doing streams again, you don't necessarily know if I'm going to be able to give him a shout out at the time when he's starting the streams again. You're going to be around. But if you follow him now, it will give you an opportunity to see it if he does start streaming again. But you should check him out on Twitter because he has used his accounting background to gain some insight in terms of just how to approach community management, how to reach an audience. He's obviously done this with a number of different games, from Card Shark, Cult of the Lamb, Industries of Titan. Definitely has been talking about his experience with TikTok and the tests that he's been running with things that are successful or not. And again, if you're somebody who is interested in, either game development or community management or just want to follow interesting people, Jared is absolutely one of those people to do that. So in any case, I do not want to pull your attention for too long. So for those of you who are just here to hear the sound of my voice, feel free to stop by there's one thing I should say. Industries of Titan is now out of early access. And there's two reasons you can visit the store page. Either number one, you like the sound of my voice, and you want to hear... Oop, that's the wrong one. If you want to hear more of me, you can hear 30 minutes of it on the Watch the Developer Play side of things. I do encourage you, if you have bought the game and you've not yet reviewed it, it is currently mixed on recent reviews, and it does seem to be that it's wavering each time. But I do encourage you to consider leaving a positive review, because if you have bought the game on Steam, that does count under the recent reviews, and I do feel that this game is better than a mixed. But yeah, one way or the other, I did also just want to encourage you to visit the store page, because if you haven't bought it, it is currently 25% off, and I like this game a lot. So, but in any case, I am going to be hosting Zopni, who I don't know what no SRL means, but in any case, reasonably sized stream, 4,000 followers, certainly more concurrence than me right now, and it looks like they started playing about 2 hours ago, so it will probably take you through the rest of the evening. But most importantly, they're playing Industries of Titan. I do hate that I need to say this, but the last couple of times I've hosted people that last time I've kind of hosted a couple of people, they've not always been consistent with the sort of thing I would normally want to host with advanced knowledge. I hope that's not the case here, but as always, these hosts are not endorsements. If I know them, I'll shout them out for that regard. But I would love it if more people stream Industries of Titan, and I do want to support that. So, again, thank you all for watching. I will see some of you Friday for the free day. For those of you here for Industries of Titan, I'll see you in a week. If nothing else, have a lovely evening, take care, and we will see you in the future.